Welcome inside the BYU Aquatic Center on the campus of Brigham Young University for the 2022-23 6A State Championship Swim Meet. Dusty Lister alongside Paul Larson. And Paul, last year, I feel like the last few years, we've known what was going to happen in this meet. There's some newcomers as far as teams go. This is a young meet when you look at it from top to bottom.
Yes, some of the old perennial powers are still powerful. Lone Peak is loaded, but they have so many young swimmers too. I mean, if you look at it, the top swimmers here in 6A, so many of them are sophomores and juniors. We have a lot of sophomore talent, and it's on the girls' side, no doubt, Lone Peak is way out ahead. But there's some really tight competition for, that second place trophy. So you have American Fork, Sky Ridge, American Fork, as well as Pleasant Grove, all vying for the second place.
Well, it's interesting because in the 5A meet we had this morning, we had some state records go down, and tonight in the 6A side, that may not happen. We have a couple that could be right off the top. We have one that's 6A record that's at peril, but we also have some swimmers we saw a year ago, and we'll see how much better they get. And I'll give them some names real quick. Ofa Fa, we're talking about Tiffany and others. It's going to be interesting to see where this meet goes. But interestingly enough, when you look at the boys' side, it's almost like every other sport within 6A. It is Region 4. And it's your normal teams we're talking about in Region 4, and we'll get that in just a minute. We're going to start first, Event 1, the women 200-yard medley relay. We have 3 heats. We'll start in the backstroke, and we'll go through the teams in each lane. In lane number 2, we have Fremont. They have Tiffner, with Susan Tiffner, Miranda Parker, Rusty Keene, and Courtney Freeman. In lane number 3, we have Riverton with Faith Fox, Alexandra Lund, Lucy Heyman, and Julie Lewis. In lane 4, we have Pleasant Grove, Lily Hyde, Paige Bishop, Robin Hall, and Sophie Scoville. Lane 5, we have Davis with Kalia Merrill, Macy Cragen, Nalia Stewart, and Alden Groberg. In lane 6, we have Copper Hills with Bailey Atherley, Marissa Visser, Cambry Babcock, and Haley Blockman. And in lane 7, from Farmington, we have London Spears, Mia Sigra, Maddie Karchner, and Eliza True.
So Pleasant Grove in the lead. Pleasant Grove with the third fastest seed time, pyramid seeded. So the lane 4 will be the fastest. So the fastest 3 teams, lane 4 in the 3 different heats, with our fastest seed being Lone Peak, of course, which will be in our 3rd and final heat. West also, as they enter the butterfly leg.
Robin Hall in the water in lane number 4, the junior. She being right now have to hold off Nalia Stewart off the wall, really close. And anchors will come in. It'll be Sophie Scoville in lane number 4. Lane number 5 will be Alden Groberg. We'll also keep our eye on lane number 3, and that's Riverton. Lucy Heyman going to hand off to Julie Lewis. So into the freestyle we go. In lane number 4 is Sophie Scoville, the sophomore.
Scoville, one of those top sophomore swimmers. She swims the 50 and the 100. We want to see what her split here is to start. 23.63, a great split for Scoville. Looking forward to seeing her in a bit. But Pleasant Grove, 152.05, slightly ahead of their seed time. A nice start for PG.
So PG, and we're looking at stuff. PG's got a lot of potential points available to them. And
yes,
of course in the relays as well. And so always, I think, a great way to start any type of championship meet is to kick it off with a relay.
Yes.
So
16 teams, or there's 16 places that are scored in the state championships. Relay points are double that of individuals. So a first place in a relay is 40 points. That's huge.
Yeah. So to heat 2 we go. And lane number 1 is Layton with Miriam Brown, Elizabeth Tarma, Indrian Hansen-Bueller, and Lindsay Crowther. And lane number 2 is Westlake with McKay Louder, Savannah Fowler, Olivia Balaguat, and Olivia Bell. And lane 3 is Mountain Ridge, Genova Hansen, Shalise Rich, Madison Polson, and Caprice Conradi. In lane 4 is Sky Ridge with Danny Cannon, Anya Clark, Kate Paulman, and Ella Kohlmeyer. In lane 5 is American Ford with Paige Kelsey, Aiden Anderson, Hallie Ehat, and Addie Harding. In lane 6 is Harriman with Lindsay Thornton, Ruby Lynn, Relissa Leeper, and Breeze Olson. And in lane 7 from Syracuse, Summer Nelson, Sydney Nelson, Graceland Mott, and Madison Salzman.
So Skyridge, as expected, is in the lead. That's
you see that rapid stroke in lane 4 from Anya Clark to give way to Kate Pullman. Well, Pullman into the butterfly. Look at the lane 3 and lane 5. And lane 3 is Madison Paulson, and lane 5 is Ali Eha. So the Skyridge is Kate Pullman, going to give way to Ella Kohlmeyer. Lane 5 coming in next. Ali Eha gives off to Addie Harding. And in lane 3 is Madison Paulson handing off to Caprice Conradi.
Skyridge with a chance to make a statement here.
Well, how about this from Skyridge? Going to be just off of 6A record pace, which is 150.32. Comes in at 151.40.
So slightly ahead of Pleasant Grove from Heat 1.
And Skyridge may be laying down a bit of a gauntlet here to the Lone Peak girls.
I think so, but I think these Lone Peak girls, I mean, as we said, if we look at the Lone Peak relay, I mean, they're clearly seated first in the meet, but there's not a senior among them. I mean, it's junior, junior, sophomore, junior.
Can't fly over a relay start where you're starting in the backstroke, can you?
No.
I don't know if the swimmer cramped up or had an issue. Yeah, we're getting some help getting out of the water here.
Yep.
Oh, we got a false start. Did we not?
Well, no recall.
Oh, no recall, so it's a DQ?
Well, we'll see if they both agreed. They're conferring.
No call back to the wall, so I'll go through the lanes here. Lane number 1 is Layton. Lane 2, Westlake. Lane 3, Mountain Ridge. Lane 4, Sky Ridge. Lane 5, American Ford. 6, Harriman, and 7, Syracuse. I was kind of just waiting to see if that's what we would have. We did not. So we're looking at lane number 5, and then lane 5 is American Fork, and that's Aiden Anderson. And giving chase in lane 4, lane 5 is West, that's Angela Roberts. Lane 4 is Ava Clegg. Clegg gaining ground here on this final 25 after the turn. But it's going to be Hazel Walker handing off to Layla Walker. Grace Wilson, the sophomore, comes in the pool here for the butterfly. And of course, remember last year in the state meet, you got to look out for Ofa Fa. Remember the weekend Ofa Fa had.
So Wilson taking over. She's swimming the 100 fly later on this evening. But it's a close race. It's going to come down to the free.
So into the wall comes Layla Walker. She gives way to Brooke Mortensen. And in lane number 4 is Dylan Egbert.
And it would appear that West is going to make the first statement of the meet. With Ofa Fa She's seated first.
Well, we knew
The
Ulfa
50.
last year as a freshman had a great meet, and Ulfa Fa is going to take this last heat for West as they go 150, and that is a new 6A record.
So West is the one that makes the statement. Seeded fourth, but qualifies first, and a new 6A state record.
Well, they weren't confused. I got confused from the very jump with the early go. The backstroke, I'm looking at lane 5,
Now,
lane 3.
which lane was it that went early?
It was lane 7 at the top.
I believe it was lane 7. We think that the Kearns or Cypress, it was either
that was one of the best reaction times. It was like the right tackle in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
With Greg Olsen. Look, he's right with the snap. Yeah, sure he was. But a new 6A record.
Yeah.
West knocks out that record from Corner
We definitely
Canyon.
saw the movement on the outside. It looked to be early on the start. We think they were good in the center of the pool. We'll have to official results, but unofficially a new state record for West. What a way to lead off.
Yeah.
Maybe West is that team that wants to make a
Well,
statement.
remember, Ulfa Fa a year ago had that amazing weekend. So here we go. Heat 1 in the men 200-meter relay. Lane number 2 is Cypress with Aiden Walter, Sean Wadsworth, Con Smith, and Kate Johnson. In lane 3 from Hunter, Corbin Laws, Caleb Johnson, Derek Ramirez, and Jonathan Burkholder. In lane 4 from Harriman, Drew Mouse, Connor Miller, Matthew Crook, and Carson Andrews. In lane 5, American Fork, Davis Miller, Jacob Garces, Chandler Iyer, and Mackay Smith. In lane 6 from Davis, Andy Nielsen, Ethan Franson, Sam Landheim, and Tyler Bennett. And in lane 7 from Bingham, Neil Bennett, Tyler Roth, Caleb Sorensen, and Caleb Scott.
So,
and we are tied across the pool 3, 4, and 5. So into the butterfly we go, and just a slight advantage, maybe lane 3 or 4.
yeah, we're having a little bit of issue with our scoreboard not showing the splits right now. I'm sure our...
So lane 5 is American Fork. That is Chandler Iyer. They had just a slight advantage in that first 25 off the turn and does have a lead, about a half a body length on lane number 4.
The senior
Matthew Crook, and then is lane 3, Derek Ramirez from Hunter as they give way, and here comes the anchors. Mackay Smith in lane 5 for American Fork, maybe losing a bit here to Carson Andrews from Harriman off the wall on the turn. Harriman was the higher seeded team in this heat, and it looks like they are going to take the heat. Their seat time was a 1:40.83, and they come in at a 1:39.20. It feels really weird to say Hunter and not talk about Angel Nunez Lanza. I feel a little foreign to me.
So a 1:39.20 for Harriman, followed by American Fork with a 1:40.48.
So to heat number 2 we go. Man, it's fun calling the relays.
A nice split there for Harriman, 21-26 by Carson Andrews. That's what did it to finish off that relay.
In lane number 1 is Layton with Cabell Case, Mason Oberg, William Ross, and Keegan Davis. In lane 2 is Syracuse with Zion Turner, Sam Price, Aiden Butler, and Soren Portillo. In lane 3 from Westlake, Brandon Blackwood, Skylar Torgerson, Matthew Buchanan, and Rowan Williams. In lane 4 from Pleasant Grove, Ryan Milner, Austin Smith, Nathaniel Harris, and Luca Falabella. In lane 5 is Riverton with Peyton Hill, Andrew Jansen, Johnny Jansen, and Luke Strong. Lane 6 is Fremont with Cooper Hill, Jack Doxey, Benjamin Parker, and Devin Harris. In lane 7 is Lone Peak with Scott Favero, Gerardo Stedman, Tate Johnson, and Davey Hoyer. Speaking of weird, we go through Syracuse, not talk about Canyon K-Man Page. There's names I'm used to. They're not out there at the moment. So we look in lane 4 and lane 5 as this is really tight between Pleasant Grove and Riverton. Into the butterfly in lane 4 is Nathaniel Harris, and lane 5, Johnny Jansen. Also looking at lane 3 and lane 6. In lane 3 is Matthew Buchanan. Lane 6 is Fremont's Benjamin Parker. And we're going to stay in lane 4. Into the freestyle we go. Luca Falabella gets a bit of a lead. And man, that is tied. What a great start out of lane 5. Riverton's Luke Strong coming on strong. And Westlake's Rowan Williams.
It's lane
great
3,
underwater from
Westlake.
Williams.
Rowan Williams. It's tight there.
Oh, this is going to come down to the touch of the wall for heat number 2. And it goes to Westlake. The sprinters of Westlake.
146.9, just at 22.37. So nice split, but we had a 21 split in the previous heat.
All right, now it's Harriman in the lead with 139 and a bunch of 140 points. As we come to the third and final prelim heat. Skyridge has the top time on the meet. The seat time of 1:39.36. The Corner Canyon boys want to make some noise.
Yeah, they have an interesting lineup. I'm not saying whether or not that's what we're going to see tomorrow.
In lane number 1 is Weber with Easton Adams, Isaac Davenport, and Noah Wayman and Dylan Anderson. In lane number 2 from Kearns, Frederick Basinger, Brian Bunker, Tavin Lawrence, and Lincoln Hatch. In lane 3 from Corner Canyon, Sam Lloyd, Connor Spencer, Ryan McNeil, and Carson Spencer. In lane 4 is Skyridge, Spencer Stowers, Nate Moyer, Lincoln Burr, and Mason Hemmert. In lane 5 from Mountain Ridge, Huckleberry Burton, Carter Schubeck, Stephen Collins, and Sam Weller. In lane 6 from Farmington, Will Scott, Mason Draxler, Ezra Moon, and John Lyman. In lane 7, for Roy is Koch Peterson, Adam Morgan, Sam Williams, and Ephraim Elliott. So lane 4, Skyridge going out strong here in the butterfly. Nate Moyer going to give way to Lincoln Burr. Corner Canyon in lane 3 is Ryan McNeil. Into the butterfly we go.
26, 7, 8.
Lincoln Burr trying to hold on to this lead. And how about the charge from Corner Canyon's Ryan McNeil? Going to go into the freestyle. Into the water comes Mason Hemmert. And for Corner Canyon, Carson Spencer. And it is about a hip length lead for Skyridge. Off the wall, Carson Spencer getting chased and making it even.
Carson Spencer.
Mason Hemmert trying to hang on. Carson Spencer might end up at an arm's length behind as we come to the wall. And it's Skyridge. 137.76. Corner Canyon with the second fastest time of 138.07. We'll put him in lane number 5 or 4 tomorrow.
Yes, 5.
Or 5 or 3.
So Skyridge will end up in lane 4 tomorrow, and Corner will be in lane 5.
Lane 5. I always forget where second goes. It's 5 or 3.
Goes in 5.
And then now be followed by Harriman will be in lane 3.
Yes, Harriman.
Man.
So it is going to be exciting to see what happens there in that relay. It's possible that those last two, because 21.92 for Skyridge, 21.50 split for Carson. So nice split by Carson, 21.50.
Now to the women's 200-yard freestyle, heat 1 of 4. In lane number 1 from Kearns, Sadie Christensen. In lane number 2 from Bingham, Shea Anderson. In lane 3 from Weber, Abigail Wayman. In lane 4 from Riverton, Ella Norfelt. In lane 5 from Harriman, Ruby Lynn. In lane 6 from Kearns, Tina Cerrone. In lane 7 from Cypress, Charlotte Booth. And in lane 8 from West, KT Kim. Lane 6 from Kearns. Early on, it's lane number 3. That is Abigail Wayman, the senior from Weber. And a lot of times these early heats, it's the upperclassmen that have the upper hand. And remember, top 16 times go into the B and A finals tomorrow.
So it would appear that it's going to take under a 208, 207.
A 207?
Yes. Is to be safe for...
It'll be a 4-second drop for most of this heat.
6.
In lanes 3 through 6. But we have seen some crazy times this morning. in the 5A meet, we had some girls and boys. One girl dropped 14 seconds this morning. When you feel like you got it, and let it go. And still Wayman in lane 3 off the turn. And bunched up behind her. It's surprising to see Wayman out this far because she's part of that group that were all 211s. Paul saying it'll be around a 2:07 to come back tomorrow. Rarely do you see a jump from heat 4 into it. But Wayman going to come in at a 2:06.22.
2:06
How about
just
that
may
best
do
time?
it.
That's a 5-second drop for Wayman.
And that should be enough.
Hey, when you're a
to
senior,
put her through to the consolation final.
There's no other high school meet you're waiting for. Just senior state next week. So to heat 2. In lane number 1 from Copper Hills, Bailey Atherley. In lane number 2 from Lone Peak, Isabella Robinson. In lane 3 from Lone Peak, Sophie Topham. In lane 4 from Layton, Chloe Rasbin. In lane 5 from Skyridge, Kara Moyer. In lane 6 from Davis, Micah Hale. In lane 7 from Syracuse, Gracelyn Mott. And in lane 8 from Skyridge, Alyssa Huffs.
Lane 6 from Davis, Micah Hale.
And an outside lane, lane 2. Isabella Robinson, the sophomore from Lone Peak, going out strong, but we're tied across the pool. Lane 2, lane 4. Lane 4 is Chloe Rasbin, the junior from Layton.
I'm still excited from those relays. It looks like those boys were all good exchanges. So we did have a couple of DQs, but they were in their first heat outside lane. So it's looking like those top teams are going to be there. It will be an exciting day tomorrow. So here at the midway point.
Still lane 2, lane 4 opponent, Chloe Rasbin. She's tight with lane 2 and Isabella Robinson, the sophomore from Lone Peak.
Yeah, so Lone Peak with 4 swimmers, 2 sophomores here in this heat, and then a junior in each of the next 2 heats.
Just trying to find a way to get points, right?
Yep.
How many swimmers can you steal slots for to get points tomorrow?
Each team is limited to 4 swimmers qualifying in that top 32. You can't put more than 4, but Lone Peak has got the most entries of anyone in the meet.
Well, Chloe Rasbin, she too trying to drop below that 2:07 mark, Paul. And she's going to. She's being really close to double O here. 1:59 for Chloe Rasbin.
So that's her seed time was at 1:59. She's,
Oh, sorry, I was looking at 2:07 to get back to tomorrow.
Yeah.
I missed the 1:59. My bad. I take back all the excitement. Chloe Rasbin's that good. However, Zoe Topham drops 3 seconds to 2:01. I got lost on my heat sheet there for a second.
Well, and Isabel Robinson with a 5-second drop to a 2:02. She could make that.
Yeah, she could make it back here. So we're going fast here in the 200 free. So in lane number 1, a senior from American Fork, Isabel Bryce. In lane 2 from West, Molly Johnson. In lane 3 from American Fork, Paige Kelsey. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, M. Brewer. In lane 5 from Corner Canyon, Lily Afwalo. In lane 6 from Kearns, Melissa Young. In lane 7 from Copper Hills, Natalie Jensen. And in lane 8 from Bingham, Aubrey Goetz. And of course, Lafalo, or Afwalo, I should say, her sister was a swimmer at Corner Canyon. BYU?
No.
No. I was off on that. Remember the name.
So Amy Brewer. Brewer, part of that duo for Lone Peak that are seeded first and second in this event.
So Brewer out strong here. As close as the last two have been, this one is not quite. But lane 3 and lane 5 battling out for second place. And that is Kelsey Page in lane 3 and lane 5, Lily Afwalo. And here comes Brewer.
Going to improve on her seed time.
Came into the 158 and drops his second to 157. Afwalo just behind Kelsey Page. 0.02 of a second.
Afwalo drops her time. It will be close.
That cut time's getting lower and lower.
It's going to be close as far as whether or not she can make it into that A final. Right now in 5th place with the heat to go.
So to heat 4 we go. In lane number 1 from American Forks, Olivia Davis. In lane 2 from Harriman, Ava Ming. In lane 3 from Corner Canyon, Ruby Wingett. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Kaylee Tiffany. In lane 5 from Weaver, Waime Barlow. In lane 6 from Riverton, Alexandra Lund. In lane 7 from Westlake, Hallie Larson. And in lane 8 from Bingham, Amelia Black.
Lane 6 from Riverton, Alexandra Lund. Lane 7 from Westlake, Hallie Larson.
Haley Tiffany showing no doubt who's seated first and who's going to take charge of the 200 free. Seated with a 154, nearly 4, well, actually just over 4 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. Out in a 54, the 6A record in this event is a 152.24 held by Caitlin Andress from Skyridge last year.
So Haley Tiffany. These 6A swimmers have been getting in trouble with the lifeguards. I didn't hear one whistle in the 5A.
These we have all kinds of different things going on in the warm-up pool.
So Haley Tiffany still out strong in his lead. And Haley, we're talking about coming in with a 154.46.
So she's going to finish ahead of that.
Drops his second to 153. Then the battle for a second is between lane 3 and lane 5. Looks like an advantage to lane 3. Yes, Ruby Wingett comes in at a 202.15, and in lane 5 is Barlow over to the 202. But look at the cut line. We talked about 207 to come back. Is that going to come down to about 206?
20 could be. It looks like for that to make it back, it looks like Ruby Wingett and Lily Afwalo, corner Megan, but Lone Peak still. Lone Peak's going to have their 4 swimmers all in the A final.
Those are called points. So back we go. The men 2-yard freestyle. And lane number 1 is Aiden Walters from Cypress. In lane 2, Benjamin Townsley from Layton. Lane 3 from Lone Peak, Gavin Arnett. In lane 4 from Riverton, Reed Stewart. Lane 5 from Pleasant Grove, Jonah Mendenhall. Lane 6 from Syracuse, Evan Child. In lane 7 from Mountain Ridge, Aiden Tarrin. And in lane 8 from Kern, Zachary Call. Well, who in lane 4, or pardon me, who in heat number 1 of 4 is going to find their way into the top 16 from the men? Because what would we estimate to have to bring you back to the B final on this one?
So for the B final in this one, we're looking at about a 154. And for the A final, close to a 150.
Okay, so 154 try to come back tomorrow. You got Arnett, Stewart, Mendenhall, all were the only ones below double O. coming into this one. In lane number 6, that is Evan Child, who is a 00 swimmer out of Syracuse. But that was a great turn in lane 4, but Child trying to hang on here in lane 6. It's going to take quite the split to come back on.
So Child hasn't broken 2 this year. Was 2:00.02, but he's on track. He's going to be under today.
25 left, going to come off that turn, going to be close.
Yeah, he's going to be well under. These first 2 swimmers are going to be well under 2. I don't know that they're going to be at a 154, closer to a 157, but.
And it's Child coming at a 156.84. Oh, the boy breaks 00 and does it in style. We had a swimmer earlier today that hadn't broke 00. I think it was in the 2. I can't remember which beat it was. So many were blending together. I don't broke 00, but he went below 50.
So a nice swim by Evan Child from Syracuse with a near 4-second drop and first time under 2:00.
So in heat 2, lane number 1 from Syracuse, Soren Portillo. Lane 2 from Pleasant Grove, Luca Falabella. In lane 3 from Lone Peak, Davey Hoyle. In lane 4 from American Fork, Cole Ehat. In lane 5 from Davis, Garrett Barker. In lane 6 from Corner Canyon, Brandon Smith. In lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Braden Towns. And in lane 8 from Kearns, King Barrows.
Lane 6 from Corner Canyon, a senior, Brandon Smith. Lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Braden Towns. And lane 8 from Kearns, King Barrows.
So as I said, it's going to take about a 154 to make it into the championship. To the consolation final, and a 150 to make it in the championship final. Corner Canyon trying to sneak in a few swimmers. These here would matter, from their seed times, not really expected to punch through.
Lane 4, lane 5, and lane 6 are 3 leaders. In lane 4, Cole Ehat. Lane 5, Garrett Barker. Lane 6, Brandon Smith. So from the top of the screen looking back, lane 8 to the top of the screen, lane 1 closest to you.
So Brandon Smith trying to move up a place to make it into that final.
Well, Coach Tiffany trying to get her swimmers' attention, saying, hey, lane 7's coming on, or lane 6 coming on is to the wall. And that was a great job because Davey Hoyle was behind Brandon Smith and maybe caught her eye a little bit. Said, you better get going.
So a nice drop by both of those swimmers. Hoyle was at the seat time, but Brandon Smith with a near 2-second drop trying to sneak into that final.
So to heat 3 we go in lane number 1 from Westlake, Parker Louder. In lane 2 from Kearns, Noah Crane. In lane 3 from Lone Peak, Jack Haney. In lane 4 from American Fork, Davis Miller. Lane 5 from Kearns, Brian Bunker. In lane 6 from Bingham, Graydon Tennant. In lane 7 from Farmington, Matthew Scoresby. And in lane 8 from Mountain Ridge, Ethan Olson.
Lane 5 from Kearns, Brian Bunker. Lane 6 from Bingham, Graydon Tennant. Lane 7, a senior from Farmington, Matthew Scoresby. Lane 8 from Mountain Ridge, Ethan Olson.
Still fairly tight at the 75. So lane 4, again, that's Cole Ehat.
So on
that is
that's
Davis Miller.
Davis Miller from American Fork. This is the 200 free is the one event that Sky Ridge is probably their weakest event. Sky Ridge boys, statistically, I have to say is on top, but the 200 free is the one event where they don't have anyone who's anticipated to be in finals. In fact, they don't have anyone swimming
And how about lane 5, Brian Bunker, the junior from Kearns. Taking the lead in lane 5. Just a slight advantage coming to the wall. Last turn home. A nice job off that wall by Davis Miller. He could feel that pressure. Miller breathing into Bunker. The reach of the wall is going to be Davis Miller, just out touching Brian Bunker. And then Graydon Tennant at a 150.9. So coming up now in heat 4. In lane number 1 from Corner Canyon, Rocky Smith. In lane 2 from Corner Canyon, James Lillian. In lane 3 from Bingham, Lincoln Hymas. Lane 4 from American Fork, Chandler Iyer. In lane 5 from Hunter, Corbin Laws. In lane 6 from Layton, Micah Fesser. In lane 7 from Davis, Dylan Grant. And in lane 8 from Weaver, Evan Powell.
So Chandler Iyer, the senior, who wasn't eligible last year, just joining the team, but one of their senior leaders this year, and seeded first overall. So his seed time's at 147. He's going to have to do better to compete with the two 146s from the previous heat. So at the midway point, 50.64, not bad. On track for a 146. These outside lanes matter too. James Lillian, corner, trying to sneak into that consolation final from lane 2.
So lane 4, Chandler Iyer from American Fork, and he's comfortably in the lead. In lane 5 is Corbin Laws out of Hunter. So coming into the wall is Chandler Iyer.
144.78. So a nice drop for Chandler Iyer. He brought it back hard those last 250s.
Well, you see the wall there. So Chandler. So Iyer, Laws, Hymas, and then James Lillian.
So
to the 200 IM. In lane number 1 from Copper Hills, Marissa Visser. In lane 2 from American Fork, Greta Bryce. In lane 3 from Copper Hills, Brittany LaRocco. In lane 4 from Davis, Allie Allen. In lane 5 from Fremont, Susan Tipner. In lane 6 from Kern, Sadie Christensen. In lane 7 from Weaver, Mallory Nicholson. And in lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Mackenzie Cook.
it's going to take about a 224 to make it back.
A what?
224 for the consolation final and 218 for the championship final.
And a nice start here in lane number 2, Greta Bryce, the freshman out of American Fork. Went out strong in that butterfly, but now pick it up in lane number 5 is Susan Tipner, the sophomore from Fremont. But Bryce yet to relinquish anything, the freshman. Is Tipner, the sophomore, up there in lane 5. And maybe getting an advantage there on that wall was Tipner. Bryce still just ahead of her according to the touchpad. But now to the breaststroke where you separate things in the IM. So it's in lane 2, Greta Bryce. She popped out of the water a little early, even up there in lane 5 still. is Tiffner, but giving chase there in lane 4. That is Allie Allen out of Davis. And it's Bryce still in lane 2, followed by Allie Allen into the freestyle. So it was a strong start, but now taking over in lane number 4 is Allie Allen, the junior from Davis. Paul thought about it being 2:24 to come back, may not have one out of this heat. It's all about dropping time. Allie Allen gonna have she's gonna drop some time here at state. Gonna go 2:29, a 3-second drop for Allie Allen. For Greta Bryce, a 2-second drop. And coming in second, Susan Tiffner out of lane 5. That is a second drop for her. Drop time and feel good.
Yes.
So to heat number 2, lane number 1 from Mountain Ridge, Natalie Zvetkov. In lane 2 from Westlake, Madeline Balagwa. In lane 3 from Pleasant Grove, Lily Hyde. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Ava Clegg. In lane 5 from American Fork, Eden Anderson. In lane 6 from Kearns, Anita Rogers. Lane 7 from Harriman, Lisa Leeper. And in lane 8 from Copper Hills, Katie LaRocco.
So the top seed in each of these 3 heats are from Lone Peak. A junior, sophomore, and sophomore.
Yeah. Well, the girls have just stayed stocked with swimmers.
So
Coach Tiffany saving those gold pants for tomorrow. Looking lane 3 and lane 5 at the moment. Lily Hyde in lane 3. Lane 5, Eden Anderson. As we go into the freestyle.
And
lane 5, Eden Anderson, the junior from American Fork.
but
Ava Clegg
watch for
chase.
Ava Clegg here coming out of this turn, because she is seated first in the breaststroke. And she's going to pull even. But a nice swim for Eden.
Eden Anderson.
Anderson is seated 4th in the 100 breast, so she's they actually, Clegg had a 37 split, Anderson a 38. All of the other splits over 40.
There comes Clegg, even at the turn on the final 25. Maybe they're in the underwater. Just
Clegg is
ahead.
breathing towards Anderson, so Clegg can see where she wants to be and is just pulling enough ahead.
And it is Clegg coming in at 2:14.05. Eden Anderson 2:14.54. That's a 3-second drop for Eden Anderson. So heading in the direction. And Balagwat drops a couple of seconds
Madeline
as well.
Balagwat. Nice swim for Madeline.
Now on to heat 3. In lane number 1 from Copper Hills, Cambry Babcock. In lane 2 from American Fork, Emma Harding. Lane 3 from West, Caroline Cooper. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Grace Wilson. In lane 5 from Farmington, Teal Edholm. In lane 6 from Cypress, Tiffany Palmer. In lane 7 from Kearns, Ella Plautus. And in lane 8 from Weaver, Maddie Traher. Close in the pool, 3, 4, 5. In lane 3, Caroline Cooper. Lane 4, Grace Wilson. Lane 5, Teal Edholm. Lane 3, lane 4. Lane 4, Grace Wilson. Lane 3, Caroline Cooper, the senior from West.
Grace Wilson also seated first in the 100 fly, so wasn't surprised to see her in the lead after the fly. See if she can hold on in the breaststroke. Here comes lane 3.
Well, remember last year the West boys got their first time on the podium in a long time.
Yes.
A year ago, and the girls, it was Ofa Fa, if memory serves correctly, was one of the top swimmers in the meet.
Yeah.
So we know there's some talent there for West. They always have a few swimmers that get to this pool and swim really well. Remember Wolfgram decided to swim 2 meets in his whole high school career, and he medaled. So lane 4, Grace Wilson. Lane 3, Caroline Cooper. Lane 5, Teal Edholm. Into the freestyle is Teal Edholm, the senior from Farmington, going to try to hang on here on Caroline Cooper. And taking this one is going to be Grace Wilson. Man, the sophomore just really spaced this thing out. A 2:12.26, 2-second drop here for Grace Wilson. And Cooper comes in at 2:17.72, just out touching Teal Edholm. Nighttime swimming. Life is good.
Yes, it is.
In lane number 1 from Pleasant Grove, Robin Hall. Lane number 2 from Lone Peak, Evie Hirschkopf. In lane 3 from West, Angela Roberts. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Taylor Bennett. In lane 5 from Mountain Ridge, Genova Hansen. In lane 6 from Davis, Kalia Merrill. In lane 7 from Skyridge, Anya Clark. And in lane 8 from Riverton, Zoe Thompson.
Lane 5, the senior from Mountain Ridge, Geneva Hansen. Lane 6.
Remember lane 1 at the top of the screen, or probably lane 8 at the top of the screen, lane 1 at the bottom of the screen. We apologize for the views of lane 1, but we can't clear the deck. Lane 4, Taylor Bennett can try to hold off Genova Hansen. Over they go into the breaststroke. A solid turn there by Hansen. Someone's got a great whistle.
So here comes lane 3. Angela Roberts seated 3rd in the 100 breast, so the West swimmer picking it up.
And another West swimmer.
But Taylor Bennett with a 37 split on the breaststroke.
And some of these Lone
The
Peak girls.
fastest breaststroke split we've seen.
Grace Wilson dropped a couple of seconds in last heat. And here, Taylor Bennett, the young sophomore, comes into the seat time at 2:13.
She's going to be well ahead of that. She came to swim today.
Yes, she did, a 2:08. She drops 5 seconds in the prelim. Swim at night, good things happen. Genova Hansen goes, well, she too. Genova Hansen goes to 2:16 and she drops 3 seconds.
17. So a bunch of drops there. It looks like that you had to have a 2:17.72 maybe was the last one to make it in.
So to the men 200 IM in lane number 1 from Weber, Noah Wayman. In lane 2 from Davis, Garrett Bench. In lane 3 from Syracuse, Sam Price. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Jacob Daniels. In lane 5 from Mountain Ridge, Brady Jackson. Lane 6 from Hunter, Caleb Johnson. Lane 7 from West, Chris Lund. And in lane 8 from Kearns, Ian Flockhart.
Lane 6 from Hunter, Caleb Johnson. Lane 7, the senior from West Jordan, Chris Lund. Lane 8 from Kearns, Ian Flockhart.
See, PA man Mike Werner and I, we read it the same. It doesn't get me tripped up as much as we do in the morning. Mike Werner does such a good job. There's lane 3 out strong here. And Sam Price, the junior from Syracuse. Going out strong here, Sam Price, the junior from Syracuse. Seed time at 2:15.
Expecting it to take a 2:09 or better. Maybe just under 2:09 to make it in the consolation final. And 2:045 or thereabouts for the championship final.
How about this in lane 2? Lane 2 is Garrick Bench. And it's a 2:10 here for Sam Price. It's a 5-second drop from Sam Price. Garrick Bench goes a 3-second drop to 2:12.
Nice swims.
So to heat number 2, lane number 1 from Davis, Ethan Franson. In lane 2 from Malridge, Stephen Collins. In lane 3 from Corner Canyon, Connor Spencer. In lane 4 from Farmington, Mason Draxler. In lane 5 from Cypress, Con Smith. In lane 6 from Harriman, Connor Miller. In lane 7 from Pleasant Grove, Austin Miller. And in lane 8 from Bingham, Caleb Sorensen.
So that's
Lane 6, the senior from Harriman, Carly Miller. Lane 7 from Pleasant Grove, Austin Smith. Lane 8 from Bingham, Caleb Sorensen.
So we got a battle here in the middle of the pool. Lane 4, lane 5. Lane 4, Mason Jackson. Lane 5, Con Smith.
And as we know, breaststroke is coming, and Mason Draxler is your top seed in the 100 breaststroke. The only one who's seated under a minute in the 100 breast. But look at 7 and 8, 6 and 7 also going strong. Harriman and Connor Spencer from Corner Canyon in lane 3 and breaststroke are seated 4th in the head breast, wanting to sneak in that championship final. Can he do it? It's going to take a 2:04, seated with a 2:06.
So the freestyle we go, and some space here, but we're still tied. Lane 4 and lane 5, Draxler and Smith. Draxler lane 4, Smith lane 5. Lane 6 is Connor Miller, the young man out of Harriman. Lane 3, Connor Spencer from Corner Canyon. But he's getting some push here in lane 7 from Austin Smith.
But lane 5.
And both at a double O. Draxler 0029, Smith 0057. Thought we had a swimmer's family right next to us. We always like to give them shout outs in the middle of it. But just good Cypress fans. Just Cypress family. Pirates stick together, you know? And I just got told it's Cohen Smith. So lane number 1 from Corner Canyon, Hugh Hammonds. And lane 2 from Weber, Isaac Davenport. Lane 3 from Fremont, Cooper Hill. Lane 4 from Corner Canyon, Carson Spencer. Lane 5 from Taylorsville, Benjamin Eberly. In lane 6 from Pleasant Grove, Sam Polson. Lane 7 from American Fork, Mackay Smith. And in lane 8 from American Fork, Max Dixon. And Carson Spencer going out strong.
Carson Spencer, no surprise on the fly. He's seated first in the 100 fly.
So into the wall. Still a strong start here from Carson Spencer, the senior from Corner Canyon. Seated at 158.94. Spencer into the wall on the breaststroke to the freestyle, getting a little bit of a push there from lane 5.
Yeah. A 34 split, which is what he wanted. Carson has been a 158. Looks like he's not going to go quite that fast here unless he really picks it up on his freestyle.
Benjamin Eberly, the swimmer from Taylorsville in lane 5. His vice principal was here really early. Charlie Peterson, the vice principal at Taylorsville. But 2 of his younger daughters, or daughter and son, pardon me. And Spencer was on 159.93. Eberly comes in at 203.31. And how about that, lane 7, Mackay Smith at 205.36. In lane number 1, a senior from Harriman, Matthew Crook. In lane 2, a senior from Mountain Ridge, Carter Swebeck. In lane 3 from Westlake, Brandon Blackwood. In lane 4 from American Fork, Jess Day. In lane 5 from Skyridge, Wade Ogden. In lane 6 from Riverton, Peyton Hill. In lane 7 from Farmington, Will Scott. And in lane 8 from Lone Peak, Hiroto Stedman.
Lane 5 from Skyridge, Wade Ogden. Lane 6 from Riverton, Peyton Hill. Lane 7 from Farmington, Will Scott.
So a nice start here for Jess Day. We're also looking down there in lane number 3. That was Brandon Blackwood from Westlake. Always look out for those Westlake sprinters.
So Jess Day out in a 52. So that's a nice first half swim by Jess. 2.5 seconds faster than
out of the breaststroke, kind of lane 5.
Carson Spencer. Coming on is lane 5. That's Wade Ogden. He's seated third in the 100 breast. Coming on with the breaststroke. Trying to cruise on by Brandon Blackwood in lane 3.
So into the freestyle we go with Jess Day. There's
so
Ogden and Blackwood battling it out in lane 3 and lane 5.
Day clearly on track to improve upon his 155.99 seed time. He's expecting to finish sub 155.
He came digging on that final 25, didn't he? 153.91 for Jess Day. That's a 2-second drop for Jess. Ogden comes in at a 158.52. That's a 2-second drop for him. Blackwood drops a second to 00.
The next event is the women's 50-yard freestyle, B104.
Now come the rapid fire 50s. Down and back we go. In lane number 1 is Alan Groberg. Lane 2, Haley Walker. Lane 3, Hazel Walker. Lane 4, Nalia Stewart. Lane 5, Camry Hancock. Lane 6, Autumn Sutherland. Lane 7, Paisley Hartle. And in lane 8, Jesselyn Leeper. We're looking in the middle of the pool. Lane 5, maybe lane 4. Actually, might have lane 2 surprise out here. We do. Haley Walker from Corner Canyon.
So she's hoping to sneak in. It should take about a 26.27 is the 16th place seed. Can she sneak in with a 26.47 from heat 1?
In lane number 1 is Cassidy Peters. Lane 2, Layla Walker. Lane 3, Ellen Kalmeyer. In lane 4, Addie Hardy. Lane 5, Dylan Egbert. Lane 6, Julie Lewis. Lane 7, Brooke Belknap. And in lane 8, Lainey Vander Linden. And we're looking lane 4. Addie Harding trying to hang on. Don't see a surprise coming from any of the outside lanes. It'll be lane 4. Hardy comes in at a 24.8.
24.80, just slightly ahead of her seat time.
Then I have a chance to see Ofa Fa.
Ofa win a 24.06 as her relay split, usually about a half second faster than your...
Lane 1, Caprice Conradi. Lane 2, Hannah Shaw. Lane 3, Haley Bachman. Lane 4, Ofa Fa. Lane 5, Shalice Rich. Lane 6, Breeze Olson. Lane 7, Aylin Balassa. And in lane 8, Claire Douglas. See Ofa Fa there in lane 4, great underwater for the sophomore. Trying to hang on and does a 24.62. About right on her seat time there.
Tie there for second, 25.30.
In lane number 1 is JC Hugh. In lane number 2, Eden Smith. Lane 3, Ari Nash. Lane 4, Sophie Scoville. Lane 5, Danny Cannon. Lane 6, Brooke Lawrenson. Lane 7, Madison Salzman. And in lane 8, Elizabeth Lincoln.
So a record watch on this swim for Sophie Scoville. A sophomore, what's she going to do?
Just how
24.05, that's a new 6A state record.
Anna Weckluck held it just for a moment. For just a moment, Anna Weckluck had it.
Our next event, the men's 50 freestyle, B104.
And a new pool record. No. Take back.
No.
It was a 23.00.
Somebody's a bit jittery there. Our starter for 6A is one of the best in the business, Shane Lamb. Be officiating at men's NC2A championships in Minnesota later this spring in March.
You're gonna let that so we kind of get resettled here. A good thing here. Just let the swimmers get reset.
Yeah.
Back to your routine here.
It appears the swimmer in lane 5 came down and just went in.
Yeah, couldn't hold it in.
And as a result...
Well, remember last year, we know, if you're not supposed to be in the pool, you cannot be in the pool. Of course, we're talking about the Brighton finish when they broke the state record and jumped, and swimmers who were not supposed to be in the pool jumped in the pool, thus disqualifying them and not breaking the state record. So in lane number 1 is Frederick Basinger. Lane 2, Lincoln Hatch. Lane 3, Tyler Bennett. Lane 4, Cole Parsons. Lane 6, Zach Carden. In lane 7, Dylan Anderson. And lane 8, Jackson Zerker. Look out for the outside lanes here. Maybe lane 1, maybe lane 2. Lane 4 pulling in, and it's lane 2. Lincoln Hatch.
23.22. That may be enough to sneak in. Expecting it's going to take a 23.3 to make it back in that consolation final. Probably a 22.5 for the championship.
Lane 1, Kate Johnson. Lane 2, Sam Lawrenson. Lane 3, Adam Morgan. Lane 4, Carson Andrews. Lane 5, Ben Thorne. Lane 6, Aiden Wright. Lane 7, Jonathan Burkholder. And lane 8, Jack Presap.
Carson Andrews won a 21-7 relay split. Let's see what he can do here.
They're looking at lane 4, Carson Andrews. And Andrews does just outpunch Ben Thorne. The 21.81.
And Aiden Wright with a 22.71 for Corner Canyon. They're trying to sneak into that big final. I think it's going to take a 22.5.
In lane number 1 is Sebastian Diaz. Lane 2, Drew Mounds. Lane 3, Ryan McNeil. Lane 4, Sawyer Portillo. Lane 5, Sam Williams. Lane 6, Alexander Berg. Lane 7, Devin Harris. And lane 8, Ezra Moon. Well, look out for lane 2. Lane 2, lane 4. And I'm in lane 4. Look out lane 5. Lane 4 is Carson and Sawyer Portillo.
21.63. What a swim. Best time of the year for Sawyer from Syracuse. Ryan McNeil, 22.20, a best time too, trying to sneak into that big final.
So the 4th and final heat of the prelims in the 50. In lane number 1 is Rowan Williams. Lane 2, Nathaniel Harris. Lane 3, Mason Hemmer. Lane 4, Sam Carlson. Lane 5, Samuel Weller. Lane 6, Luke Strong. Lane 7, Sam Landheim. And in lane 8, John Lyman.
So and it's Sam Carlson.
Lane 4, Sam Carlson. 21.05. Nice swim there by Sam Carlson. He drops a 10th in the 50. That's a lot.
Yeah, so it looks like it took a 1, 2, 3.
Well, we got a
6.
15-minute break, but we already had a couple of records go down.
We did have some records, and it's only prelims. We're going to have more tomorrow, I'm sure.
Tomorrow on a championship at night, no less. Well, a 15-minute break. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2022-23 6A State Championship Swim Meet on KSLSports.com. And after our break, 100-yard butterfly in lane number 1. Riley Johnson in lane 2. Mimi Johnson, lane 3. Cambry Babcock, lane 4. Olivia Bell, lane 5. Caprice Conradi. In lane 6, Kiara Senko. Lane 7, Ellie Graham. And at lane 8, Solmar Medina.
Lane 5, from Mountain Ridge, Caprice Conradi. Lane 6, from Syracuse, Kiara Senko. Lane 7, from Lone Peak, Ellie Graham. And in lane 8, from Sky Ridge, Solmar Medina.
I've said before that there's a sport out there that says we are your sports punishment. It is not 100-yard butterflyers that have those shirts. I dare say if you had to do the electric eel dance from goal line to goal line, you would not like it. And that is the butterfly. And right now on lane number 4, Olivia Bell trying to hold off Caprice Conradi. And she does. Well, 105.93. That's a 2-second drop for Conradi. A second drop.
P2.
Should take about a 105.9, so it's possible that 105.93 may make it in, maybe not.
In Heat 2, in lane number 1, Rusty King. Lane 2, Tiffany Palmer. Lane 3, Faith Cox. Lane 4, Caroline Cooper. Lane 5, Olivia Balaguat. Lane 6, Kate Holman. Lane 7, Melissa Lieber. And in lane 8, Anna Fotheringham.
Caroline Cooper. Lane 5, from West.
This is where the pyramid seating begins.
Lane 6,
Olivia Balaguat, lane 5, a scholar athlete. One of your athlete reps in Utah swimming. And
lane 4, Caroline Cooper. Lane 5, Balaguat. Lane 6 is Kate Pullman.
None of these swimmers have broken a minute. They'd love to go under for the first time.
Well, they'll be working hard to get the looks like Caroline Cooper just might do it. And she, double 0-2-0.
So a best time by a second, but just off.
Give it to her. She glides in. You don't want to think, oh, she glides, but she came out for that last swing and just hits a 1-0-0. She'll go to Heat 3. In lane number 1, Hallie Walker. Lane 2, Callie Bro. Lane 3, Melissa Young. Lane 4, Chloe Rasbin. In lane 5, Layla Walker. Lane 6, Madison Salzman. Lane 7, Robin Hall. And in lane 8, Madison Paulson.
Lane 4, from Layton, Chloe Rasbin. Lane 5, the senior Weaver, Layla Walker. Lane 6, from
And a strong charge there in lane 5. But still just behind Chloe Rasbin at the turn is Layla Walker. Melissa Young just behind them both. But a nice turn by Chloe Rasbin, the junior from Layton.
So again, these girls have not been under that 00 barrier. Is today the day for Chloe Rasbin?
And she's about that same spot that Caroline Cooper was.
Even closer.
I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to jinx her. So, Chloe, put that on me. That's on Dusty. That's on the broadcast guy. And she was right there, but it was the exact same spot we were saying that with Caroline Cooper.
And she finished in the same exact way.
Yes, she did. So lane number 1 is Natalie Svetkov. In lane 2, Evie Hirschkopf. In lane 3, Haley Ehap. In lane 4, Grace Wilson. Lane 5, Lucy Haven. Lane 6, Sadie Peach Luang. In lane 7, Isabel Olchek. And in lane 8, Ruby Homer.
So Grace Wilson, the only one in the field who has been under a minute so far this season.
Lane 7, Weaver, Isabel Wolchek. Lane 8 from Pleasantville, Brody Holder.
And a nice, we're tied to lane 5 and lane 4. Lane 5, Lucy Heyman. Lane 4, Grace Wilson. Both sophomores.
But lane 5 with trying to hang in there with Wilson.
There's Lucy Heyman. And this is tied to the wall, and on that swing, it's going to go to Heyman.
That's lane 5. That's Lucy Heyman from Riverton.
And it's showing lane
Lane 5.
malfunction on the pad there.
So,
lane 5 was Heyman, lane 4, Grace Wilson. So pad malfunction. They just go with the hand time then, this table?
they'll get it sorted out.
This?
They both, the admin official will get it sorted between the pad times. There's a button time as well as 2 backup timers.
So go to Heat 1 for the men. Ian Flockhart, lane 2, Sean Wadsworth. Lane 3, Derek Ramirez. Lane 4, Aiden Merrill. Lane 5, Ben Peterson. Lane 6, Tavin Lawrence. Lane 7, Craig McCown. And in lane 8, Jason Woe.
Lane 5, the senior from Weaver and Peterson. Lane 6.
How about up in lane 6, Tavin Lawrence.
From Pleasantville, Craig McCowan. Lane 8, from West, Jason.
Can Tavin hold pace? Now, look at this, lane 8. Jason Glow, the freshman from West.
Should take under a 58 to make it to the consolation final. Of course, it's going to take close to under a 56 to make it to the championship.
Sean Wadsworth in lane 2, also giving chase, but it's lane 8. Yes, Jason Glow.
So may not be enough to make it to the consolation, but he breaks a minute for the first time ever.
Yeah. It's a 2-second jump there for the freshman, Jason Glow.
Tavin Lawrence also under for the first time.
So heat number 1, Dylan Giraldi. In lane 2, Brady Jackson. Lane 3, Benjamin Parker. Lane 4, Colin Smith. In lane 5, Lincoln Burr. Lane 6, Tyler Rock. Lane 7, Tate Johnson. And in lane 8, Matthew Buchanan.
Lane 4, Cypress, Colin Smith. Lane 5.
And Colin Smith out to a strong start here in lane 4.
Lane 6, the senior from Baylor, Tyler Rock.
To be the representative for the last number of years for Cypress has been Sonny Westman. Colin Smith is now that man for one of the state's longest standing powers in swimming, the Cypress Pirates.
So Cohen Smith seated 3rd overall.
And Colin leaving it all in the pool at 53.08.
At the wall, Colin Smith from Cypress.
It really does give you an appreciation for that night that Jordan Tiffany had. They went a 47-71.
In the 100 fly, and then followed it up with the 100 backstroke where he went a 48.25. That was quite the night.
It was quite the night. So now we go to Heat 3, and then we're on Andy Nielsen. In lane 2, Chris Lunn. Lane 3, Johnny Jansen. Lane 4, Sawyer Portillo. In lane 5, Nathaniel Harris. Lane 6, Scott Favero. In lane 7, Sam Landheim. And in lane 8, Ezra Moon.
Lane 5, the senior from Pleasant Grove, Nathaniel Harris. Lane 6, the senior from Lone Peak, Scott Favero. Lane 7, from Davis and Landheim. Lane 8, from
lane 4,
Ezra Moon.
Sawyer Portillo. See Mom and Papa Portillo just up to our left.
He had a nice 50 free earlier. So,
and it's Portillo coming in with a 52.43. So just a a tenth of a second. So now the fourth and final prelim heat. In lane number 1 from Corner Canyon, Braden Towns. In lane number 2 from Lone Peak, Van Haney. In lane 3 from Riverton, Andrew Jansen. In lane 4 from Corner Canyon, Carson Spencer. In lane 5 from Harriman, Matthew Crook. In lane 6 from Skyridge, Taylor Brown. In lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Sam Morrell. And in lane 8 from Syracuse, Aiden Butler.
Lane 5, the senior from Harriman, Matthew.
Carson Spencer set himself up for a special meet.
Yes, he looked to be a little bit in cruise mode on that 200 IM. He definitely has more to give tomorrow on that. He was kind of coasting into that first turn, although he was out in a 23.79, so the only one under 24. So a nice split. We'll see what he goes here. So he's in with a 50.57, fastest time of the year. So a nice swim for Carson.
Our next event is
the assistant coach for the boys' side is keeping himself pretty composed. Because I know he's working the numbers out.
He is always crunching the numbers.
Did a nice job in the 5A meet today. But here we go. Women's 100-yard freestyle in lane number 1, Autumn Sutherland. In lane 2, Abby Pellegrin. Lane 3, Natalie Hymas. Lane 4, Adlin Groberg. In lane 5, Lainey Vanderlinden. In lane 6, Paige Bishop. Lane 7, Macy Cragen. In lane 7, McKay Louder.
Lane 3, the senior from Bingham, Natalie Hymas. Lane 4, from Davis.
And right now looking like maybe lane 2, lane 4. Lane 2, Abby Pellegrin. Lane 4 is Groberg.
Lane 7, a senior from Davis, Mason Dragon. Lane 8, a senior from Wesley.
And now looking lane 4 and 5. In lane 5 is Vanderlinden. Lane 4, Groberg. Lane 2, Abby Pellegrin. The angle a little tough here. Pellegrin still hanging in there. Lane 2. Maybe getting to get the touch. No, lane 4 got it. Groberg followed by Pellegrin. And Pellegrin breaks double O. Along with Vanderlinden. No, Vanderlinden already had.
So it should take about a 58.4 for the consolation final and probably a 57.2 to make it into the championship final.
Lane number 1 from Bingham, Shabe Anderson. Lane 2 from West, Aylin Malassa. And lane 3 from Lone Peak, Isabella Robinson. Lane 4 from West, Ofatha. And lane 5 from Farmington, Teal Edholm. In lane 6 from American Fork, Shelby Clegg. In lane 7 from Fremont, Claire Douglas. In lane 8 from Westlake, Elizabeth Lincoln.
Lane 5, a senior from Farmington.
And sophomore, Ofatha. In lane 4.
Shelby Clegg. Lane 7, a senior from Fremont, Claire Douglas. In lane 8, a senior from Westlake, Elizabeth Lincoln.
And Ofa out strong, and sophomore swimmer, had that amazing meet last year. And she's looking to make her sophomore year just as special to a 54.15. There's Ofa right on her seat time.
Soft touch in lane 3.
So heat 3, lane number 1, Cassidy Peterson. Lane 2, or from Layton, Cassidy Peterson. Lane 2 from Skyridge, Ella Kohlmeyer. In lane 3 from Davis, Hannah Shaw. In lane 4 from Pleasant Grove, Sophie Scoville. Lane 5 from Lone Peak, Kennedy Bennett. In lane 6 from Davis, Micah Hale. In lane 7 from Riverton, Ella Norfelt. And in lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Eden Smith.
Lane 6 from Davis, Micah Hale. Lane 7 from Riverton, Ella Norfelt.
So the sophomore from Pleasant Grove.
Sophie Scoville.
So she's now your leader with 1 heat to go. Couple of hundreds faster than she's been this season.
And how could I forget this? Sophie Scoville is the daughter of longtime assistant coach at Pleasant Grove for Coach Randy McAllister, Derek Scoville. Derek not at the basketball game tonight. Not worried about the regular season finale. He's here. He's cheering on his freshman daughter. So you go to Heat 4. In lane number 1, Madison Hanson out of Clearfield. Lane 2 from Syracuse, Summer Nelson. In lane 3 from Copper Hills, Haley Bachman. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Haley Tiffany. In lane 5 from Mountain Ridge, Genova Hanson. In lane 6 from Weaver, Brooke Mortensen. In lane 7 from Taylorsville, JC Hewitt. In lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Camry Hancock.
So Haley Tiffany out in a 25.01. We've got a 6A state record watch. 6A state record at 53.17.
How about this?
Can she do it?
Tiffany
Coming to the wall.
gonna put her to 51.83.
51.
That's a new 6A record. Just off an All-American consideration, which tomorrow night you think she'd be geared up for.
The junior, less than a second away from an All-American consideration time. So a strong swim for Haley Tiffany.
Now, she drops 8/10 tomorrow in the final.
And the Tiffany family marches on.
Yeah. Well, mom's got to be in the gold pants. You can't get All-American consideration and mom's not in gold pants. Those are the rules.
The Tiffany family has swum well in this pool.
Yes, they have. And lane number 1 is Spencer Portillo from Clearfield. Lane 2 from Kearns, Lincoln Hatch. Lane 3 from Fremont, Devin Harris. Lane 4 from Kearns, Luke Rettenauer. And lane 5 from Farmington, Hayden Wangerman. And lane 6 from Westlake, Rowan Williams. And lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Aiden Wright. And in lane 8 from Hunter, Jonathan Burkholder. It just doesn't seem right to say from Hunter and not have it be Angel Nunez. It just doesn't feel right.
It's going to take a 51.5 or better. We anticipate to make the consolation
lane
finals.
7. Lane 2 or lane 7. Lane 7. It is going to be Aiden Wright from Corner Canyon at 51.64. Hatch from Kearns in lane 2 goes to 51.93.
So Aiden Wright, who snuck in, made it back for the 50 free. Now, can he from Heat 1? Aiden was literally seated 28th.
Puts himself at a 51 point. In lane number 1 from Fremont, Benjamin Parker. Lane 2 from Syracuse, Colin Burton. In lane 3 from American Fork, Cole Ehad. In lane 4 from Skyridge, Mason Hemmer. In lane 5 from Syracuse, Ben Thorne. In lane 6 from Corner Canyon, Ryan McNeil. Lane 7 from Mountain Ridge, Huckleberry Burton. And in lane 8 from Skyridge, Skylar Taylor. Got to tell you, I'm guessing that there is a family in Mountain Ridge who are big Tombstone fans like myself and named their son Huckleberry. I am your Huckleberry. Lane 4, Mason Hemmert, the sophomore from Skyridge, maybe going to hold off here. Lane 5 and lane 3, the battle, Cole Ehad and Ben Thorne. It'll be Ben Thorne coming in second, and then Cole Ehad in third. For that 48, a sub 50 time makes that a little tougher.
48.04.
You're really trying to make it tough there on Aiden Wright to squeeze into A, maybe make it back to B where they can score some points.
He's got 4 ahead of him in that is all, though. He's still looking okay.
In lane number 1 from Farmington, John Lyman. In lane 2 from Lone Peak, Alexander Berg. In lane 3 from Skyridge, Spencer Stowers. In lane 4 from Roy, Sam Williams. In lane 5 from Bingham, Neil Bennett. In lane 6 from Riverton, Luke Strong. In lane 7 from PG, Ryan Milner. And in lane 8 from Syracuse, Soren Portillo.
Lane 6, a senior from Riverton, Luke Strong. Lane 7, a senior from Pleasant Grove, Ryan Milner. Lane 8, a senior from Syracuse.
And we're close. Lane 4, lane 5, lane 6, and 7. We're all tight coming into that turn and bouncing off the wall. It's lane 3, 4, and 5. In lane 3, Stowers. 4, Williams. 5, Bennett. And it's going to be Stowers in lane 4, followed by Bennett and then Stowers. Or Williams lane 4, Bennett, then Stowers.
6, 50.7, 8, 50, 7, 50.87.
In lane number 1 from West, Kai Girton. In lane 2 from Skyridge, Sam Mortensen. In lane 3 from Mountain Ridge, Sam Weller. In lane 4, Davis from Davis, Sam Carlson. Lane 5 from Harriman, Carson Andrews. In lane 6 from Layton, Marco Luckham. In lane 7 from Davis, Dylan Grant. In lane 8 from Corner Canyon, Rocky Smith.
Lane 5, a senior from Harriman, Carson Andrews.
Rocky Smith is putting in some work there, lane 8, but lane 4, 5 are pushing it hard, and lane 3 as well. It is Carlson in lane 4, Weller in lane 3, Andrews in lane 5. It is going to be Sam Carlson. Carlson followed by Weller, then Andrews.
Next up, we have the women's 500 freestyle, heat 104.
And so that's 5, 12.
And now we slow things down a little bit here at the Richards Building at BYU. For 4 heats of the 500.
So the 100 frees were fun. Aiden Wright for corner, seated 30th, moved up to 18th.
Wow, just outside.
Missed it.
In the water.
So in the water we go. Lane number 1 out of Bingham, Riel Collings. In lane 2 from Bingham, Lena Bradley. Lane 3 from Bingham, Aubrey Goetz. In lane 4 from Bingham, Amelia Black. In lane 5 from West, Molly Johnson. In lane 6 from Kearns, Tita Cerrone. In lane 7 from Mountain Ridge, Madison Paulson. And in lane 8 from Fremont, Miranda Parker.
Lane 7 from Mountain Ridge, Madison Paulson. Lane 8 from Fremont, Miranda Parker.
So get in, find your pace, hold it,
Yeah.
and then keep holding it.
So we anticipate it will take about a 5:49 to get to the consolation final, and closer to 5:39 to make it in the championship, which, you know, that's not super fast
Right.
on a national basis. There just isn't the depth in 6A.
Well, I said in the 5A meet that we always say that maybe this would be the punishment. No, the punishment is the 100 butterfly. And then if you just want your kid to get away, you have him swim the 500. It's the wall sit of swimming, because you got to get on a pace and you got to hold it.
So these girls would like to hold a 36 if they can.
Now, most of these girls want to break that. There's some barriers they go through.
So usually goals are on the order of 10 seconds here, where you haven't been under 550, you want to hit 550. Then you want to be under 540. Only 3 of this field have gone under 6 minutes, so they'd be thrilled to go under 6 for the first time. To do that, they've got to be close to holding 36s. So coming up on the midway point, it's lane 3. That's the senior, Aubrey Goetz. Senior from Bingham. And she's the only one in the field right now. The other swimmer next to her, Amelia Black, are the two that are holding under 36. They both had 35s for that last 50.
It is interesting that we expect kind of that Olympic bump, right? Swimming.
Yep.
You would see more younger 500 swimmers given Katie Grimes and Bella Sims.
Well, and it's interesting, you know, the effect of Katie Grimes and Bella Sims just here close to Utah.
And a swam against some of these girls were at a meet where they were there, 2 of them.
So.
And we know because we were there.
So there is some excitement for being close to Olympians here in the Intermountain West.
I expect a lot more backstrokers and distance swimmers after that. So still holding there, Aubrey Goetz out of Bingham. Of course, the Bingham Miners have run Region 3. You think of the 1 year of a great swimmer, one of the best swimmers in the state scene, Tanner Nelson out of Bingham for 1 year. He decided to swim high school. But the regions will be changing up a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe adding Corner Canyon into that region.
So that is going to be interesting.
It almost got really interesting. You almost got Westlake and Lehigh until a revote. And they kept Alpine School District schools in Region 4 and put Corner Canyon, the lone Canyon School District school, over in Region 3.
So as lanes 3 and 4 approach the wall for going into their final 50.
Oh, we got to get a good bell ring on there.
We have the bell. We'll see who does the best job ringing a bell tonight.
Got to give me a good bell ring on that. You imagine swinging against the English Channel and not getting a good bell ring?
Yeah. So.
No, we're going to tighten up here a little bit. Goetz is getting some competition.
They'll both be well under 6 minutes.
Amelia Black wanted to give chase to her teammate. And Goetz is going to hold her off. The senior not going to let the sophomore pass her at state, but maybe. Push your teammate. There you go. Aubrey Goetz holds on Amelia Black, and that is a 8-second drop for Goetz and a 5-second drop for Amelia Black. So last time Goetz was swimming this race as a Bingham minor.
And a 10-second drops for Tita Cerrone from Kearns.
Oh. And she breaks 5 and goes right to 5:55.
And another first time under 6 for Waina Bradley from Bingham. So nice drops by the Bingham girls.
In heat number 2, lane number 1, a senior from Copper Hills, Bailey Atherley. In lane 2, a senior from Weaver, Abigail Wayman. In lane 3, a junior from Davis, Allie Allen. In lane 4, a freshman from Skyridge, Kara Moyer. In lane 5, a sophomore from Lone Peak, Sophie Topham. In lane 6, a junior from Harriman, Ava Ming. In lane 7, a sophomore from Copper Hills, Natalie Jensen. In lane 8, a senior from Corner Canyon, Macy Granger.
Lane 7 from Copper Hills, Natalie Jensen. And lane 8, the senior from Corner Canyon, Macy Granger.
So Lone Peak again with 4 swimmers in the 500 free. Seated first and second and sixth. So after 100, it's 4, 5, and 6 bunched together. Lane true 2, that's Abigail Wayman from Weber trying to stick with them.
So lane 4, 5, and 6 bunched up at the moment. That is Moyer, Topham, and Ming.
So they're trying to lock in at a 33 point. They'd like to hold 33 point something. So that only lane 4, Kara Moyer from Skyridge, the freshman, has been under 530. The other girls wanting to try and go under 530 for the first time.
Well, I shared this earlier that, you know, if you've never swam the 500 and you want to get experience, go ride the Peloton, set an output goal, and watch yourself. I try to do 20 per minute, 20 output points per minute. And you get a couple of minutes, you do 17, and you do one at 18, and you do one at 16. For 5 minutes, you're off. Try to make up those 20 points. It is really hard.
Welcome to the 500.
Welcome to the 500. It actually hit me this morning. I shared that with McKay. Because McKay knows the pain of both of them.
So they're now splitting 34s. They keep at a 34 pace the remainder here. They're going to be at a
So lane 4 still
16,
selling in there strong. Kara Moyer. And a little hold here. Moyer came in with a time of 5:28.54. Getting pushed a little bit there from lane 5 and Sophie Topham, who's seated 5 seconds behind her. And they know each other. Both Region 4 swimmers. I'm not sure what club teams they swim on.
So Moyer's really picked it up with a 33-1 and brought Sophie Topham trying to stick with also in a 33. They had 2 splits in the 34 range and now have picked it up. So they've got a little bit extra. They were on pace for a 5:27. If they can hold it, they can be under that. That is a wrong bell. That bell is early.
Hopefully she counted it.
That was.
And now you need your counter on this end.
That was an errant bell. So.
She's got to trust her counter now. Uh-oh.
So
we had this before in the 500 we did together. Remember, it was like 2 or 3 early.
Yeah. So that is a bad count. She still has a 50 to go. They're ringing the bell again. So
well, now they're calling in.
She's
Sophie Topham.
Kind of messes with their head.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you got to pick it back up.
I don't think the officials are going to call it.
Could you get a DQ?
You actually can be disqualified for your counting wrong.
Oh, mercy.
Rarely ever called. But counters must count up or you can count down, but you can't count random.
Math is math, as Mr. Incredible says. So it is Kara Moyer coming in at a 5:28. Sophie Topham comes in at 5:29. That's a 4-second drop for Sophie, and someone did something here at the end. Drawing a big cheer. Trying to size up our largest drop of the of the heat here.
Abigail Wayman with
About 8 seconds.
8-second drop.
So while our Heat 2 swimmers are going to try to catch their breath before they get out of the pool, we'll go flyover start. In lane number 1, a freshman from Cyprus, Charlotte Booth. In lane 2, a senior from American Fork, Emma Hardy. In lane 3, a freshman from Riverton, Alexandra Lund. In lane 4, a junior from Lone Peak, M. Brewer. In lane 5, a freshman from Weber, Waimea Barlow. In lane 6, a senior from Lone Peak, Delana Graham. In lane 7, a junior from Syracuse, Gracelyn Mott. And in lane 8, a junior from Westlake, Hallie Larson.
Lane 8 from Westlake, Hallie Larson.
And I'm guessing it's M. Brewer, not M. Brewer. Because remember Ellie Decker, I found out way later,
was L. So I would
Just
expect
renamed
this
her. Her
as
mom
M.
thought it was cute. That was okay.
So M, who was in the 200 free earlier, seeded second, also seeded second here in the 500. Her seed time of 5:22, 10 seconds ahead of the next closest seed time at a 5:32. So we did expect M to be out ahead, but she's is close to half a pool length at the 150.
Well, Brewer has a time of 5:22. The state record and 6A records of 4:55 from Caitlin Andrist last year. And Caitlin swimming, I'm trying to remember, Air Force too?
Air Force.
She and Danny Detchen.
Yep.
I don't know who the photographer is of basic training at the Air Force, but they do a good job.
Well,
I've
tell
seen
you,
the pictures.
May I just say that those student athletes, especially at the academy, and be it Air Force or Navy, I refuse to speak about Army.
I was going to say, wait, we forgot one.
No. But
Paul's a B Army.
They, those student athletes, they earn their keep.
Yes, they do.
I mean, because it is a arduous academic schedule, and if you are a swimmer and spending the time in the pool, that is a tough schedule. So M out in a 2:34 halfway through. She's looking for a drop from her 5:22 seed time. She's on track to be under 5:20. If she can hold on, she could be as low as 5:15. A race for second place between the freshman from Riverton, Alexandra Lund, and Waimea Barlow, a freshman from Weber, in lanes 3 and 5 respectively.
So, sir, I want to apologize. I think our camera got bumped a little bit. I'm going to try to get that all resized as you're looking at it on the screen, but we'll have it all settled here momentarily. So again, this is heat 3 of 4 of the 500. And then we'll have the boys 500s. So lane 4 is M. Brewer, who's been outstanding, a junior from Lone Peak. You're going to have one more year with Coach Tiffany. And these Lone Peak girls, they're loaded with young talent.
And so at a 4:45 with a 50 to go, she's on track to go a 5:18. She can hold on this last 50, could make that a 5:17.
And Maya Barlow just got the bell as well. Down and back left for Barlow.
So it's going to be a 5-second drop for Brewer.
So Brewer comes in at a 5:17.40, best time for M. Drops 5 seconds. And here comes Waimea Barlow. She finishes her 500. And Brewer, hoping her time can hold up to get another swimmer in there for Lone Peak tomorrow.
Yes.
So it would put them at their limit of 4.
And they're going to have 4 coming back.
So in lane number 1, a freshman from Cyprus, Charlotte, in lane number 1, a senior from American Fork, Isabel Bryce. In lane 2, a junior from Farmington, Brooke Belknap. In lane 3, a senior from American Fork, Paige Kelsey. In lane 4, a sophomore from Lone Peak, Taylor Bennett. In lane 5, a senior from Corner Canyon, Lily Aqualo. In lane 6, a freshman from Westlake, Madeline Balagua. In lane 7, a sophomore from Weaver, Isabel Wolchek. And in lane 8, a senior from American Fork, Olivia Davis.
Lane 7 from Weaver, Isabel Wolchek. And in lane 8, a senior from American Fork, Olivia Davis.
So if you recall, the 2 swimmers from Heat 1 currently in what would appear to be 12th and 13th place. Will they make it through from Heat 1 into that consolation final? So Taylor Bennett's fastest time this year is 5:19. She was out in a 59, trying to lock in here in a 32 or better. So she would like to go under 5:10. That's a huge drop, but we'll see. 31.89, as I said. I'd like to be at 32 so that she can make it under that 5:10. Has a pretty stroke, long.
Bennett, the sophomore from Lone Peak. Paul mentioned a 5:19.38. It is interesting for the girls around coming to catch fire. McCain, and I can't go talking about a 500 and not talk about Bella Sims and
Katie Grimes.
Because that's just remiss to not mention the momentum that was caught. Remember, we saw Katie Grimes as a 15-year-old. Well, she was 14 at the time.
Yes.
And Bella was 15. Remember that 500 that you and I did was about Sullivan and Sims. We get to trials, and then it becomes about Katie Grimes and Katie Ledecky. So once the girls kind of catch the rhythm, it goes. It's one of the great stories in swimming, really is.
Well, and Sandpipers of Nevada certainly have something going. So at the 300 mark, they're at a 3:08. Bennett's on track for a best time, but it's going to be closer to 3:15. 5:15. So Paige Kelsey in second. She's going to have a best time. Lilia Follow from Corner Canyon, tracking right on her current time of 5:28.
They're still holding there in lane 4 is Taylor Bennett, the sophomore from Lone Peak. I always enjoy doing the swimming, kind of the kickoff of our state tournament coverage, not on KSLSports.com, but on Rewind.
Yeah.
Because we go from this right into basketball state tournaments next week, and then 30 games the following week after that. And then we're off for March. Until we're back for the marathon that is May. But speaking of marathon, comes to the end here for Taylor Bennett, the sophomore. Paul thought about she was on pace at that time for a 5:10.
She's not going a 5:10. She'll be going closer to a 5:18. She's taking it easy here. We've got
her seat time is a 5:19.38. Won't really matter much. But she does come in at a 5:17, so a 2-second drop for Taylor Bennett. And coming in second, going to be Paige Kelsey, followed by Afwalo. So from the girls 500s, 4 heats of the men 500. This is our final.
So those girls from Heat 1 just missing it, 17th place and 18th place.
Ooh.
Just off, less than a second from making that consolation final.
Next up, we have event 14, the men's 500.
So at the end of this 4th heat here, we'll have a 10-minute break before we go into the second part, and we'll have another break after the breaststroke. So in lane number 1, a sophomore from Farmington, Cannon Christensen. In lane 2, a sophomore from American Fork, Mac Dixon. In lane 3, a sophomore from Mountain Ridge, Aiden Terran. In lane 4, a freshman from Kearns, Zachary Call. In lane 5, a senior from Weaver, Jonah Stewart. In lane 6, a senior from Lone Peak, Samuel DeBry. In lane 7, a junior from Weaver, David Courtney. In lane 8, a senior from West Jordan, Logan Mitchell.
Lane 7, from Weaver, David Courtney. Lane 8, a senior from West Jordan, Logan Mitchell.
So this should be a pretty tight 500.
Yeah, so despite it being a 500 distant, all of the seed times for this heat are within about 1.5 seconds. So expect a pretty tight race unless somebody decides to break out.
It breaks out into just who doesn't
The
quite
early
have it
leader
tonight.
appears to be lane 5. It's actually lane 2, then 5. Both out in double O's.
Top time is Zachary Call at a 5:32.31. Bunched up he, Taryn, and Stewart, all at 5:32s, and you have a group of 5:33s and then 5:34s. Well, the good thing is for these 6A swimmers is that they're not getting in trouble with the lifeguards. We haven't had a whistle
No.
since the break.
They
That first
finally
little bit, a
have,
little rambunctious.
yeah, there was a lot of energy in the room.
It really was.
And a little too much going on.
So lane 2, lane 5. Lane 2, Max Dixon. Lane 5, Jonas Stewart. Best time for Max Dixon, a 5:33.32. And Dixon still trying to hold off here on Jonas Stewart, the senior from Weber. And lane 5, Stewart's best time, a 5:32.56.
So on track to be under 5:30 for our top 2 swimmers.
So still holding here in lane 2. I feel good here for Max Dixon.
Yeah.
Well, as I see in the outside lanes, we always talk about, and I always do, Jan Dvorsky. As a youngster, as a lane 8 swimmer that made his way to a championship heat and still took it. At least finished in the top 3.
So expecting it's going to take a 5:15 or better to make it back to finals tomorrow.
But I will say Jan was not coming out of heat number 4. Or heat 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be really close to 5 minutes. Maybe a 5:02 makes it, but probably right close to a 5:00 to make it into that championship final. Guessing that you're going to have to break 5 if you want to be in the championship final.
So Dixon still holding there in lane 2 as he gets the bell. He might be around a 5:30. Would be his best time. It'd be a 3-second drop for Max Dixon if he's able to do it. And now you have that middle of the pool starting to. The old orange stroke coming on here.
He'll be well under a 5:30. He's going to be in at a 5:22.
So coming in is going to be Max Dixon at 5:21.72. So he drops 12 seconds.
Nice drop. And a 5-second drop for Aiden Taryn.
So now to heat 2 we go. In lane number 1, a senior from Farmington, Matthew Scoresby. In lane number 2, a sophomore from Pleasant Grove, Luca Falabella. In lane 3, a sophomore from Lone Peak, Jack Caney. In lane 4 from Hunter, Corbin Laws. In lane 5, a junior from Lone Peak, Davey Hoyle. In lane 6, a junior from Kearns, Noah Crane. In lane 7, a junior from Pleasant Grove, Jonah Mendenhall. And in lane 8, a junior from Riverton, Reed Stewart.
So only lanes 4 and 5, that's Corbin Laws and Davey Hoyle, have broken 5 so far this year. So it's a pretty close field. In our final heat, Jess Day's been a 4:49, but the rest of the field, the next fastest time is a 4:57. So kind of a down year for the 500.
Well, our
Typically, we would be seeing many more under 5, as well as in the past, it's taken under a 550 to make it to the final.
Our counters are being reminded that they can't, if they're going to use the BYU counters, they are not to shake them. You cannot do the hokey pokey, shake it all about. It is plunger method here today.
Yeah.
And not even really plunger. It is a place and remove. We had a 6A assistant coach on the 5A stream, and he shared that memo was sent. So some schools are bringing their own counters.
The Utah High School Activities Association sets the meet requirements within the National High School Guidelines. So,
I mean, I just be working on some signals. Hey, where am I? I need a plunge and half a plunge, so I know where I am.
So lane 3, that's Jack Haney from Lone Peak, is also on track to break 5 for the first time. His seed time's a 5:02, but at the halfway point, he's still on pace to break 5 if he can hold on. The seed times for lanes 4 or 5 is less than a second apart, so it's not surprising that they're right with one another.
So we're going to hold there in lane 4 and lane 5. Corbin Laws from Hunter, and Davey Hoyle from Lone Peak, as Paul mentioned. And
your top 3 swimmers have been locked in at 30 point. So right where their coaches apparently wanted them.
I mentioned, see right there, 30. Can you pick it up a little bit, 30.36. And all those will add up one way or another.
That's a nice swim for the sophomore Jack Haney.
So again, this is heat 2 of 4. At the end of the 4, we'll have a 10-minute break. Final lap time for lanes 3, 4, and 5.
And they're all 30 points, so they did their job of holding it. None of them broke stroke. They all held 30 points
so it puts
from
them
the 200 on.
It's about that 4:55 mark. And now we're going to have a race here in lane 4 and 5. Usually we don't get this till tomorrow in the B final. We're going to get it here.
And a nice swim from Haney.
Yeah, they're going right at it here. Stroke to the wall. Just 4:55.20 there for Corbin Laws. And there we go. Jack Haney breaks 00.
And a 4:59. Got the monkey off his back under 5. What can he do tomorrow?
So congratulations. Jack Haney gets inside of 5 minutes. And that'll take us to heat 3. So in lane number 1, a sophomore from Syracuse, Zion Turner. Lane 2, a freshman from Corner Canyon, Jacob Hamlin. In lane 3, a junior from Davis, Garrett Parker. In lane 4, a senior from American Fork, Chandler Iyer. In lane 5, a junior from Sky Ridge, Nate Moyer. In lane 6, a junior from Kearns, Brian Bunker. In lane 7, a freshman from Farmington, Will Scott. In lane 8, a sophomore from Riverton, Johnny Jansen.
Lane 7 from Farmington, Will Scott. Lane 8 from Riverton, Johnny Jansen.
So a little more distance into this one. For the middle of the pool is tight. And Chandler Iyer and Nate Moyer.
Yes. So they are within a couple of seconds. Of course, Chandler Iyer had a nice swim earlier in 200. He's been a 4:57.6 earlier in the season, and Nate Moyer's also been under 5. But lane 6, starting out strong, that's Brian Bunker, the junior from Kearns, is actually in the lead. Well, right there with Nate Moyer.
Well, Bunker had a good swim earlier. Remember the 200?
Yeah. So
he's feeling good tonight.
Yeah.
And I believe Iyer, his sister swims at Columbia.
Different family.
Right? Different family.
That Iyer's.
Well, that Iyer, okay, different family, but that Iyer is learning the game of buying clothes from the thrift shop and making money on it. The Chlorine Caveman. Go follow him on Instagram.
Yeah. So, but all three, Jacob Hamlin also under 2 at the 200 mark. Jacob trying to sneak in there for Corner Canyon. Wants to at least be in that consolation final, top 16.
Let's see if Bunker can keep this pace.
So we're at the halfway point, and they're holding under 30s. If they can hold 30 point, they're going to, I mean, Bunker's going to be well under 5. It's going to have a more than 5-second drop, it would appear.
And Chandler picking it up. Chandler Iyer picking it up in lane 5. It's also our angle as well.
So they're both, we still have 4, 5, and 6 who split under 30, which is significant.
And how rare is it once you kind of lock in, if you will, to see swimmers fall off of it?
Well, if you have competition, you can, if you feed off each other, that can be a good thing. Now here, you see Chandler Iyer must have been saving something. He's still at a 29, the other's right at 30 point.
The Bunker's still holding it as well. So 4, 5, and 6. As rare as it is in a 500, kind of in lockstep.
Yeah. So coming in at the 400 mark with 100 to go, they're all at 29s still. So they're going to be under 455. So it's a big drop for
Bunker.
For Bunker. I mean, Bunker, you're talking, he's on track for a 10-second drop.
And kind of
just at the right
pace
time.
Just a little bit, but actually it could just be Iyer having a little bit more in the tank.
Iyer.
Yeah, because Bunker's still sub 30.
It's actually Nate Moyer in lane 5 who's taken off with the 28. He was holding it back. He does another 28. He could be at 450. So Nate Moyer trying to go sub 450 for the first time. Will he do it?
Lane 3, lane 5, a 449 for Nate Moyer. And we missed lane 1, he just got to turn. So how about Bunker goes a 453.07, and Iyer a 4:53.27.
And then 5:01.
But for Bunker, had him broken 5:00, goes 4:53. So not only does he break 0:00, he breaks 55 and then gets all the way down.
Yes. So that's more than 11-second drop for Brian Bunker. And a near 10-second drop for Nate Moyer. So far, we've had 6 swimmers go sub 5 minutes with the heat to go.
So in lane number 1, a senior from Westlake, Parker Louder. In lane 2, a freshman from Lone Peak, Van Haney. In lane 3, a senior from Layton, Micah Fesser. In lane 4, a senior from Merrickport, Jess Day. In lane 5, a sophomore from Bingham, Lincoln Hymus. In lane 6, a freshman from Bingham, Braden Tennant. In lane 7, a senior from Corner Canyon, Hugh Hammonds. And in lane 8, a freshman from Mountain Ridge, Tyler Sador.
Lane 6, from Bingham, Braden Tennant. Lane 7, a senior from Corner Canyon, Hugh Hammonds. And lane 8, from Mountain Ridge, Tyler Sador.
You see a new long-distance timekeeper over on the Corner Canyon side, Liza Balfe, who's a part of a former record-holding now, medley relay. Liza just returned home from Brazil, her mission.
So way out ahead, as we expected, is Jess Day. Jess came into the meet with a 4:49.
It does bear mentioning the state record, Tanner Nelson. He set it at the Kearns, 4:30.06. He holds a pool record here at BYU of 4:27.
Yes, which he did in just a dual meet here, swimming for BYU last year before going to Mexico.
Be one of the interesting return missionary swimming stories that we know of.
Yeah, so
But Tanner doesn't use his legs, so I'll be interested.
maybe it will be interesting to see what happens. Maybe he'll come back with a kick.
That may be. Little ay.
We'll have to redo his moniker as the one kick wonder.
So Jess Day. Good splash to his teammate on that turn. Jess, best time of 4:49.46. Lincoln Hymus up in lane 5, his best time of 4:59.
So at the 300, 2:47, Jess on track to go sub 4:50, but
he's got that loping stroke that a Olympic commentator in the morning sessions anyway would not approve of.
no.
My motto is kind of get it done the way you got to get it done. If it's
So
we're tied in lane 5 and lane 6. Hymus and Tennant, two Bingham swimmers.
in lane 2, then Haney, the freshman from Lone Peak. So At a 4:13 with a 50 to go.
And pulling away.
He's going to go sub 4:45. It's going to be, could be as low as a 4:42. He's going to be better than a 4:42.
Wow, 4:39. What a Just Day of 4:39.
4:41.
Or 4:41.
93.
It
So
glitched at first. And it'll be followed up by Hymas and then Tennant.
this heat a little slower other than Just Day.
So we're going to come in at that finish here. We'll see what where it all kind of shakes out going into tomorrow's A and B final. So this will take us to a 10-minute break. So after the 10-minute break, we'll be back with the women 200-yard freestyle relay. You're watching the 2022-23 6A State Championship Swim Meet on KSLSports.com. Brought to you by Rewind Sports. Now welcome back to the Richards Building. Dusty Lister and Paul Larson, as we are set for event 15, the women 200-yard freestyle relay. 3 heats and a lot of fun.
The 200 freestyle relay is generally the most beloved relay in high school swimming.
In lane number 2 is Kearns with Genevieve Green, Aston Henrich, Sadie Christensen, and Tina Cerrone. In lane 3 is Westlake with Hallie Larson, Olivia Bell, Elizabeth Lincoln, 4th. In lane 4 is American Fork, Olivia Davis, Grace Dean, Shelby Clegg, and Paige Kelsey. In lane 5 is Riverton with Julie Lewis, Ella Norfelt, and Kai Paulson, and Lainey Vanderlinden. In lane 6 is Farmington with Teals Edholm, London Spears, Nears Turnbaugh, and Brooke Belknap. In lane 7 is Layton with Marion Brown, Lindsay Crowler, Elliot Peters, and Cassidy Peters. And it's looking like lane 6 at the moment. Farmington is Spears will give away to Turnbaugh. Turnbaugh got a pretty good lead here. So it'll be Turnbaugh turning it over to Brooke Belknap after the turn. And now giving chase in lane 4 is Shelby Clegg. It'll be Paige Kelsey and the anchor. And already you see the start here by Shelby Clegg, the junior. And she's already evened up the pool. And she'll give way to Paige Kelsey. But a nice start there in lane 6. Brooke Belknap from Farmington giving the charge on lane number 3 from Westlake. We'll have the number 4 swimmer. And Paige Kelsey's going to be...
But lane 6 is trying to hold on.
To the wall. It's going to be Kelsey holding on. A 146.05. Farmington goes 146.52. And Westlake a 147.29.
Heat 2, quiet for the start.
So, heat number 2, lane number 1 is Bingham, Elle Christopherson, Malia Scott, Kara Beckstead, and Madison Howell. In lane 2 is Corner Canyon, Fern Chirkonko, Macy Granger, and Elizabeth Meadows. In lane 3 for Sky Ridge, Kara Moyer, Jay Matthews, Anya Clark, and Ella Colmeyer. In lane 4 from PG is Camry Hancock, Paige Bishop, Eden Smith, and Sophie Scoville. Lane 5 for Davis is Micah Hale, Macy Cragen, Nalia Stewart, and Hannah Shaw. In lane 6 from Syracuse is Kiara Senko, Abigail Mott, JC Bro, and Sydney Nelson. In lane 7 from Cyprus, Gracie Pilcher, Tiffany Palmer, Joe Huerta, and in Charlotte Booth.
Gracie Pilcher, Tiffany Palmer, Joe Huerta, and Charlotte Booth.
So lane number 3 had a lead going into the pool, but coming out of there is Eden Smith. And it's close off this turn.
It looks like lane 3.
Lane 3 is Anya Clark from Skyridge. And Anya going to be given off to Ella Colmeyer. So into the pool goes Colmeyer, and then followed by Sophie Scoville and Hannah Shaw.
But look at Scoville go. She's already got half a body length.
What a great start here from Ella Colmeyer.
Scoville won a state record 24.05. Here she's got the benefit of a relay start. Should go sub 24. Splits at 23.42.
It's Sophie Scoville. .143. So now go to the third and final heat of the prelims of the women 200-yard freestyle relay. In lane number 1 is Fremont with Claire Douglas, Savannah Heslop, Sierra Heslop, and Courtney Freeman. In lane 2 is Harriman with Jessie Leeper, Ava Meing, and Lindsay Thornton, and Reese Olson. In lane 3 from Mountain Ridge, Genova Hansen, Charlotte Cananis, and Capri Conradi, and Shanice Rich. In lane 4 is Lone Peak, Taylor Bennett and Brewer, Kennedy Bennett and Haley Tiffany. In lane 5 is West with Eileen Balassa, Sadie Peach Wang, Natalie Germanov, and Molly Johnson. In lane 6 is Weaver with Hazel Walker, Reclam Jessup, Isabel Wolchek, and Waimea Barlow. In lane 7 from Copper Hills, Kelty Olson, Katie LaRocco, Brittany LaRocco, and Natalie Jensen.
And the record watch is on for lane number 4. The 6A state record is a 1:39.67 from 2 years ago by Lone Peak. Kennedy Bennett was on that relay as a freshman, now a junior.
And Bennett comes in, and Haley Tiffany will be waiting for this last leg.
So if 1:14.57, so she's got to do a 25-1 or better for Haley Tiffany. Survey says definitely a 24 or better.
Well, they're getting close here. 139.67, 139.33.
And that is
6A record. And they would need 3 seconds tomorrow night. Well, 3 seconds and change tomorrow night, if they're going to make a run at Kern's 05 record.
That's a tall order.
Well, we've seen how Fretzel stood the test of time, 17 years.
Yes.
I mean, Mark McGuire's 70 home runs didn't hold up that long.
So. Fretzel may have been the last girl to split sub 23.
So go to the men 200-yard freestyle relay. Again, 3 prelim heats. In lane number 2 is Pleasant Grove, Kason Councom, Mason Craig, and Austin Smith, and Noah Robinson. In lane 3 from Hunter, Jonathan Burkholder, Caleb Johnson, Derek Ramirez, and Morgan Laws. In lane 4 from Syracuse, Ben Thorne, Sam Price, Colin Burton, and Sawyer Portillo. In lane 5 from Sky Ridge, Wade Ogden, Sam Lawrence, and Spencer Stowers, and Skylar Taylor. In lane 6 from Bingham, Lincoln Hymas, Caleb Sorensen, Caleb Scott, and Braden Tennant. In lane 7 from Fremont, Hayden Colomore, Jack Doxey, Josh Alstom, and Boston Mayfield.
So this ought to be a good race between 4 and 5. At the Region 1 meet, it was Syracuse and Davis were within 2 100ths. They're in different heats today.
So still lane 4 and lane 5. That's Grant and Peterson. Or pardon me, that was Bennett and Elliott. So now it's Sam Carlson and Adam Morgan. Could be coming tied down the stretch here. And it is at 129.95. So Syracuse, a nice time there from Syracuse. Skyridge comes in at 131. Up to heat
so
3.
a 21.30 by Sawyer Portillo. So a nice split there at the end. So they go a 10th faster than what they did at Region a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if Davis can improve on their Region swim.
In lane number 1 is Riverton with Johnny Jansen, Reed Stewart, Dylan Middaugh, and Andrew Jansen. And now to Heat 3. Riverton with Johnny Jansen, Reed Stewart, Dylan Middaugh, and Andrew Jansen. Lane 2 from Mountain Ridge, Sam Weller, Carter Schuback, Stephen Collins, and Sebastian Diaz. And lane 3 from Drew Mounds, Matthew Crook, Connor Miller, Carson Andrews. And lane 4 from Corner Canyon, Rocky Smith, Ryan McNeil, Connor Spencer, and Aiden Wright. And lane 5 for American Fork is Colt Ehat, Dax Dixon, Chandler Meyer, and Jess Day. In lane 6 from Westlake, Rowan Williams, Skylar Torgerson, Zach Coward, and Braden Blackwood. In lane 7 from Taylorsville, Dylan Wynn, Carlos Espinoza, Connor Peterson, and Ben Eberly. So middle of the pool, it's Corner Canyon trying to hang on here with lane number 2, Mountain Ridge. Is Stephen Collins and try to give something here to Sebastian Diaz. As Corner Canyon, Connor Spencer trying to give something to Aiden Wright. And so lane 4, Corner Canyon, Aiden Wright trying to hang on here. As Jess Day going to give chase there in lane 5. We're still tight in lane 2. Sebastian Diaz from Mountain Ridge trying to spoil the party there for the Sentinels. Lane 5, Jess Day. Can he come through? And it's Day to the wall and just got it in time. American Fork, Harriman, Mountain Ridge, and then Corner Canyon.
Wow, that was close. American Fork. Then Harriman and Mountain Ridge. Corner in 4th, seeded 1st. It's going to go in seeded 6th for tomorrow.
Going to put them on an outside lane.
The next event is the 17 women's 100 backstroke.
So, apologize for the audio at the beginning of the, after the break.
6, 7.
But Dusty Lister and Paul Larson with you for the 2022-23. Okay, so it's called the 23 Utah State 6A swim meet. Although most of the season's in 2022. In lane number 1 from Farmington, London Spears. Lane 2 from Lone Peak, Delana Graham. Lane 3 from Pleasant Grove, Callie Throw. And lane 4 from Fremont, Rusty King. Lane 5 from Riverton, Cammie Norp. And lane 6 from Fremont, Courtney Freeman. Lane 7 from Kearns, Genevieve Green. And in lane 8 from Sky Ridge, Madison Johnson.
Lane 6. A senior from Fremont, Courtney.
Of course, Ryan White holds the record. Ryan White's state record of 53.45. The 6A record, Rivers Johnson, with a 56.10 back in 2020.
I need a coach from Harriman.
Should take a 105 to make it back to the consolation final, and about a 102 for the championship final.
And the pool record here is actually lower than the state record. That's because that year, in 2016, the championship was held at South Davis. As coming into the wall is lane 2. Graham comes in on 108.36. It's a 2-second drop here. So we'll go to Heat 2.
Whoop. We just hit the camera. We're good.
So Heat 2 is in lane number 1 from West, Sadie Peach Long. In lane 2 from Riverton, Faith Fox. In lane 3 from Riverton, Lucy Heyman. Lane 4 from Davis, Kalia Merrill. Lane 5 from American Fork, Addie Harding. Lane 6 from Syracuse, Summer Nelson. Lane 7 from Bingham, Natalie Hymus. And in lane 8 from Skyridge, Amanda Giraldi.
Lane 7, a senior from Bingham, Natalie Hymus. And in lane 8 from Skyridge, Amanda Giraldi.
We're tied here in lane 4 and lane 5. That is Merrill and Harding. Oh, nice underwaters from Kalia Merrill, the senior. Trying to go under double O for the first time. And does a 59.33 for Kalia Merrill. Harding goes 59.84. Both of which get under double O. They were right on double O.
Yes.
So we go to heat 3. And it is heat 3. It's only positive with the audio going on that one, because you didn't hear me mess up. It never happened.
Yeah. So we are nearing hour number 9 of broadcast today.
Yeah. In lane number 1 from Fremont, Susan Tiffner. In lane 2 from Westlake, McKay Louder. In lane 3 from Kearns, Erin Nash. In lane 4 from American Fork, Callie Ehab. In lane 5 from Lone Peak, Kennedy Bennett. In lane 6 from Harriman, Lindsay Thornton. Lane 7 from Lone Peak, Mimi Johnson. And in lane 8 from Riverton, Zoe Thompson.
So nice underwater by the freshman from American Fork, Callie Ehab.
And again, in the middle of the pool, these are 2 double O swimmers, and Ehat and Bennett. We just saw 2 swimmers go under double O for the first time and make the turn around 44 point. We
Not
have 2
quite
more.
a good a breakout on that last turn. They're feeling it in their lungs.
Hallie
Harder
Ehat
to
eyeing
kick.
it down. And just got a 59.91 for Hallie Ehat. The freshman gets under double O at a 59.91.
Kennedy Bennett just misses it with the 00.15.
I dare say it's a fast pool today, or tonight.
It has been good water for these swimmers.
Just imagine it had 4 extra yards on it.
Oh,
That's an
just
off-the-camera
twist it
conversation.
in. Twist it in.
Or just a movable bulkhead. I mean, something. So we go to the 4th and final heat in lane number 1 from American Fork, Greta Bryce. In lane 2 from Kearns, Anita Rogers. In lane 3 from Corner Canyon, Ruby Winget. In lane 4 from Skyridge, Danny Cannon. In lane 5 from Pleasant Grove, Lily Hyde. In lane 6 from Westlake, Olivia Balakwat. In lane 7 from Weaver, Maddie Trayer. And in lane 8 from Layton, Miriam Brown.
Lily Hyde from Pleasant Grove, the junior, trying to stick with Danny Cannon.
Lane 6, the senior from Westlake, Olivia Balakwat. Lane 7, from Weaver, Maddie Trayer.
Lane 4, lane 5, super close. Cannon and Hyde, 2 Region 4 swimmers.
If you would like to come watch again tomorrow, don't forget to purchase your tickets tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Tickets go on sale at 9 p.m.
And it's going to be lane 4 with that final kick. Cannon comes into the 57.78. Hyde goes at 59. So she too breaks double O. So we came into tonight. 1 swimmer had a time under double O, 1 double O.
And now there's 5.
And now 5. This gives you an idea. Swimming at night is faster. But BYU's got good water. So now we go to the men 100-yard backstroke. And then we go breaststroke, and we'll have another 10-minute break before we finish up tonight's program of the 400 free relay. In lane number 1 from Granger, Caleb Wright. In lane number 2 from Davis, Garrick Bench. In lane 3 from Roy Kodge Peterson. In lane 4 from West, Kai Gurton. In lane 5 from Lone Peak, Scott Favero. In lane 6 from Taylorsville, Nathan Bingham. In lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Caleb Bevan. In lane 8 from Mountain Ridge, Brink Waits.
None of these swimmers have broken a minute before. They'd love to do it for the first time tonight. Should take a 50, probably better than a 58 to make it back to the consolation finals, and close to a 56 low better for the championship final.
Brink White, the freshman, in the wall, and he got it. He breaks double wall, goes 59.63, and takes the heat.
The only one to break a minute, and did it from lane 8. So he was the 32nd qualifier for this event.
Put him up there.
And he's going to finish no less than 25th.
Right. Hey, go put some swim out there. Don't worry about what you have done. Don't worry about what you will do, right?
That's right. And 2 others within 600ths of going under.
And lane number 1, a freshman from Weber High School, Easton Adams. And lane number 2 from Skyridge, Taylor Brown. Lane number 3 from Mountain Ridge, Huckleberry Burton. In lane 4 from American Fork, Davis Miller. Lane 5 from Bingham, Neil Bennett. In lane 6 from Kearns, Frederick Basuter. In lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Sam Lloyd. And in lane 8 from Kearns, Tavin Lawrence.
Davis Miller. Lane 5, a senior from Bingham, Neil Bennett. Lane 6 from Kearns, Frederick Basuter. Lane 7 from Corner Canyon, Sam Lloyd. And lane 8 from Kearns, Taylor Lawrence.
So Davis Miller, the junior from American and Fork.
How about the swim in lane 4 from Davis Miller, 51.84.
2-second drop.
That's lane 4, Davis Miller. Up next, B3. Please remember, choir for the start.
A bunch of swimmers going to double O for the first time there. Almost all the pool. In lane number 1 from Weber, Easton Adams. In lane 2 from Skyridge. Lane 3 from Harriman, Drew Mouse. In lane 2 from Corner Canyon, Brandon Smith. In lane 3 from Bremerton, Peyton Hill. Lane 4 from Westlake, Brandon Blackwood. In lane 5 from Pleasant Grove, Ryan Milner. In lane 6 from Corner Canyon, James William. In lane 7 from Davis, Andy Nielsen. And in lane 8 from Lone Peak, Seth Davis. We'll also wait on Seth Davis's breakdown of bracketology after this.
So, center of the pool, that's Brandon Blackwood, Westlake, and Ryan Milner, also Region 4 senior, Pleasant Grove.
How about this in lane 4? Blackwood comes in at a 51.47. That's a second drop for Blackwood. Now to the 4th and final heat of the 100 freestyle prelim. And I think it's the might be the swim that our friends to the left they've been waiting for all night. In lane number 1 from Cyprus, Aiden Walters. In lane 2 from Syracuse, Colin Burton. Lane 3 from Fremont, Cooper Hill. Lane 4 from Skyridge, Spencer Stowers. In lane 5 from Skyridge, Lincoln Burr. In lane 6 from Layton, Marco Luckham. In lane 7 from American Fork, Mackay Smith. And in lane 8 from Riverton, Braxton Buckley.
Lane 5 from Skyridge, Lincoln Burr. Lane 6 from Blanton, Marco Luckham. Lane 7 from American Fork, Mackay Smith. Lane 8 from Riverton, Braxton Buckley.
And we're in lane 4. Spencer Stowers. And he's seated well into this one with a 52, well ahead of the rest of the pack. And he's going to come in at a 51.86. But a 2-second drop. Well, a second drop there for Lincoln Burr. And in lane 3, a little different there too. So everybody bunched up there at 51s, Paul.
Yeah, that'll be an exciting race in the final tomorrow. It looks like it took a 56.14 to 55 was the last one in that championship.
He won a 4 of the women 100-yard breaststroke. In lane number 1 from Davis, Marie Karen. In lane 2 from Corner Canyon, Abby Pellegrin. In lane 3 from Harriman, Ruby Lynn. In lane 4 from Corner Canyon, Monica Gilson. In lane 5 from Pleasant Grove, Ruby Homer. In lane 6 from Cypress, Joe Huerta. In lane 7 from Riverton, Ella Fox. And in lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Avery McGilveray.
Lane 7 from Riverton, Ella Fox. Lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Avery McGilveray.
8. James.
They're in lane 8 with a decent lead at the top, the Avery McGilveray. The sophomore from Pleasant Grove came seated into 121. Right now about a half body length. And she's in that Rebecca Sony quick stroke, but also lane 3. Ruby Lynn, the freshman from Harriman, may have taken it at the turn. Still close, lane 8, lane 3, 4, and 5. And even look out for lane 1, but it looks like maybe lane 5. Coach Sin, yes, and Ruby Homer. Homer comes in just ahead of Ruby Lynn, Monica Gilson, and then out in lane 8, McGilveray. In lane number 1 from Weaver, Hazel Walker. Lane 2 from Mountain Ridge, Marwa Billick. In lane 3 from Copper Hills, Marissa Visser. In lane 4 from West, Angela Roberts. In lane 5 from Lone Peak, Dylan Egbert. In lane 6 from Skyridge, Jade Matthews. In lane 7 from Pleasant Grove, Mackenzie Cook. And in lane 8 from Taylorsville, Tammy Fung.
Lane 5, Dylan Egbert. Lane 6, a senior from Skyridge, Jade Matthews. Lane 7 from Pleasant Grove, Mackenzie Cook. Lane 8, a senior from Taylorsville, Tammy Fung.
So, Angela Roberts in lane 4, of course, seated 3rd overall. You can see the pyramid seating in this heat, just as they're seated.
So, there's a large lead in the middle of the pool there for Angela Roberts. And Roberts comes in at a 108, so drops his second.
May I please have a coach from Corner Canyon to the table. Corner Canyon. Ladies, heat 3.
So we go to the third heat here in the 100-yard breaststroke. In lane number 1 from Weber, Mallory Nicholson. In lane 2 from Clearfield, Madison Hanson. Lane 3 from American Fork, Shelby Clegg. In lane 4 from Skyridge, Anya Clark. In lane 5 from Mountain Ridge, Shalise Rich. In lane 6 from Pleasant Grove, Paige Bishop. In lane 7 from Kearns, Ella Pilatus. And in lane 8 from Clearfield, Selena Gillespie.
Lane 5, the senior from Mountain Ridge, Shalise Rich. Lane 6, the senior from Pleasant Grove, Paige Bishop.
Man, look at the stroke right there in lane 5, Shalise Rich. Going full Adam Keating.
Yes.
Not even going under the water.
But in this third length, it's Anya Clark. They turn at the same time.
Yeah, it's like in synchronization, but Clark good underwater on that turn.
Better underwater from Clark. May just be the difference.
Well, but
the stroke rate is going to make up for it. I think the stroke rate is going to do it.
The senior from Mountain Ridge, Shalise Rich at the wall. It'll be Clark just out touching her by 900ths of a second. And the great argument of the traditional breaststroke versus the high stroke rate stroke continues.
Yes. And 108.13 in the first heat, 108.24, 108.33. It's going to be a fun final tomorrow. Of course, we have Ava Clegg. She's going to make her statement as the top qualifier.
So in lane number 1 from Kearns, Aniston Hindage. In lane number 2 from Lone Peak, Emma Bartholomew. In lane 3 from Davis, Macy Cragen. In lane 4 from Lone Peak, Ava Clegg. In lane 5 from American Fork, Edie Ann Anderson. In lane 6 from Lone Peak, Alicia Thomas. In lane 7 from Les Jordan, Anna Fotheringham. And in lane 8 from Fremont, Miranda Parker.
Lane 6 from Lone Peak, Alicia Thomas. Lane 7 from West Jordan, and following him, lane 8 from Fremont.
Clark's so quick to get back in the water off the wall.
So Ava Clegg, the only one under 32 with the 50 split.
She's wasted no time to get right back in on those turns for Clegg. And for Anderson, gonna make it close here. Here comes Edie Ann Anderson. But Clegg maybe be able to hold her off here by about a half a body length. As Clegg comes in at a 107.92, and Anderson comes in at 108.47.
So you have a 107.92, but then you have 3 more swimmers within half a second. That'll be a fun final tomorrow.
So the men's 100-yard breaststroke, and then a 10-minute break to get ready for the 400 freestyle relay. In lane number 1 from West, Henry Kuwahara. In lane 2 from Skyridge, Tyler Wilson. Lane 3 from Fremont, Jack Doxey. In lane 4 from Syracuse, Sam Price. In lane 5 from West, Ming-Chuan Chen. In lane 6 from Mountain Ridge, Brexton Scott. In lane 7 from Riverton, Wyatt Badger. And in lane 8 from Corner Canyon, Jacob Hamlin.
Lane 6, the senior from Mountain Ridge, Brexton Scott. Lane 7 from Riverton, Wyatt Badger. Lane 8 from Corner Canyon, Jacob.
Going to take under a 105 to make it back in this.
Bit of a glide there, maybe costing some time in the top of the pool. Off that lead. Well, how about this in lane 6? Brexton Scott from Mountain Ridge. Gonna fall just behind. Lane number 4, it's Price and Doxey. And then Scott.
105.91. I think it's going to take better than a 105 to make it back. We'll have to see how the next 3 heats do.
As we go to heat 2. In lane number 1 from Skyridge, Connor Clark. In lane 2 from Hunter, Caleb Johnson. In lane 3 from Weaver, Isaac Davenport. In lane 4 from Skyridge, Wade Ogden. In lane 5 from Taylorsville, Benjamin Everly. In lane 6 from Layton, Cole Parsons. Lane 7 from PG, Austin Smith. And in lane 8 from Lone Peak, Hiroto Stedman.
Only your top qualifier in Heat 4 has a time under a minute in this event. Wade Ogden from Skyridge out in the 28:01.
Well,
Would love to go under for the first time.
Well, here comes the rest of the pool chasing him, though. Lane 5 and lane 6, lane 3. In lane 3 is Isaac Davenport. Lane 5, Benjamin Everly. Lane 6, Cole Parsons. But great finish on this last 25 because it was getting tight going into the wall. He makes that turn, and it's a roll cruise to the wall here for Wade Ogden.
59.92, 59. So under a minute for the first time.
Goes a 59.92. Does Wade Ogden? Only one, you probably already mentioned this, only one swimmer qualified in sub 1 minute.
That's right. But Wade Ogden joins the ranks.
In lane number 1 from Corner Canyon, Sam Morrell. In lane 2 from Bingham, Tyler Rock. In lane 3 from Mountain Ridge, Stephen Collins. In lane 4 from Riverton, Andrew Jansen. In lane 5 from Skyridge, Nate Moyer. In lane 6 from Weaver, Noah Wayman. In lane 7 from Pleasant Grove, Noah Robinson. And in lane 8 from Pleasant Grove, Sam Polson.
Lane 4, a senior from Riverton, Andrew Jansen. Lane 5 for Skyridge, Nate Moyer. Lane 6 from Weaver.
And we got a battle, lane 4 and lane 5, Draxler and probably Jansen and Moyer. Jansen lane 4, Moyer lane 5. And still picking that up, lane 5, Nate Moyer, the junior from Skyridge. Going to take the heat, a 1:00.37. Jansen a 1:01.
This is Heat 4, final heat of the breaststroke.
Final heat of the breaststroke, and then the break before we get into the relays. In lane number 1 from American Fork, Jacob Garces. In lane 2 from Harriman, Connor Miller. In lane 3 from Roy, Adam Morgan. In lane 4 from Farmington, Mason Draxler. Lane 5 from Corner Canyon, Connor Spencer. Lane 6 from Mountain Ridge, Carter Schwebeck. Lane 7 from Davis, Ethan Franson. And in lane 8 from Farmington, Hayden Wingeman.
Lane 5 from Corner Canyon, Connor Spencer. Lane 6, a senior from Mountain Ridge,
Connor Spencer sticking with Mason Draxler. Connor's never been close to under a minute, but out in a 27.96.
Can he hold it?
His breaststroke coach would love it.
He certainly would. But it's going to be Draxler maybe hanging on here about a half body length.
But Connor Spencer hanging in there.
Going to be right behind him. 59.36. Spencer goes 1:00.
At the wall, that's Mason Draxler.
So close.
But that 1:00.26 puts him qualified third.
And instead of whistles, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
So 10-minute break. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2023 6A State Championship Swim Meet.
Where's the officials?
So we're set and ready to go. Welcome back in. Dusty Lister, Paul Larson with you. Just to let you know, at the conclusion of the 400-yard freestyle relays, we have a swim-off. It'll be J.C. Huo swimming against Elizabeth Lincoln in the 50 free. I haven't looked to see yet if either swimmer is going to be swimming here. It'll be quite the turnaround. In lane number 2 from Bingham is Shay Anderson, Amelia Black, Natalie Hymas, and Aubrey Goetz. In lane 3 for Davis, Micah Hale, Adeline Groberg, and Kalia Merrill, and Hannah Shaw. In lane 4 for West is Caroline Cooper, Aileen Balassa, Angela Roberts, and Ofa Faw. In lane 5 is Skyridge with Kara Moyer, Alyssa Huff, Kay Pullman, and Danny Cannon. In lane 6 is Harriman with Brelissa Leeper, Ruby Lynn, Lindsay Thornton, and Breeze Olson. In lane 7 from Mountain Ridge, Charlotte Cabanis, Madison Paulson, Emily Grossarth, and Natalie Svetskov. So each swimmer will go 100 yards.
So Caroline Cooper with a nice lead off for West.
I mean, we have some fast teams, and then Lone Peak comes in with a qualifying time of 3:34.43,
which is technically under the state record of 3:37. So
of the 6A record, right?
Yeah.
Now, the overall
state record
3:32.07.
They're going to go for it.
And one of those ones remaining for Fred Saul. So in the water for West, I believe that's Aileen Balassa. And Balassa will come in for Angela Roberts. And then Ofa Fa will be the anchor. Unless I'm off here. And remember, that has not happened tonight. All but maybe 3 or 4 times. So West with a good lead, and then behind that, lane 3 is Davis, lane 5 is Skyridge. So Ofa up on the block. Ofa turned around and made sure it is my turn, right? Yes. So Ofa Fa, the sophomore, ready to go. As she comes in, anchor leg for the West Panthers. Excited to see her day tomorrow. All events she's qualified in. She did so well a year ago as a freshman. You just see the power from Ofafa. Maybe I'm wrong in evaluating swimming talent, but it just feels that the sky's the limit for this girl.
Yeah, she is. Girls tend to peak early, so we have seen high school girls that peak as a sophomore have their fastest swims that year. So we hope they keep on going, but.
So Ofa comes in, it's a 3:46. So they drop a second, does West. Followed by Skyridge at a 3:50. And then Davis at 3:54.
The West splits 55, 59, 57, and a 55 from Opafa. May have actually been was a 54.47, I believe. So just under 55.
So now to heat 2. In lane number 1 is Cypress with Gracie Pilcher, Joe Huerta, Isla Shaw, and Haley Brooks. In lane 2 is Farmington with Brooke Belknap, Nurse Turnbaugh, London Spears, Teal Edholm. In lane 3 is Riverton with Julie Lewis, Alexandra Lund, Ella Norfelt, and Lucy Heyman. In lane 4 is Weaver with Waimea Barlow, Isabella Wolchek, Brooke Mortensen, and Layla Walker. In lane 5 is American Fork. Is Shelby Clegg, Olivia Davis, Kelly Ehat, and Addie Harding. In lane 6 is Pleasant Grove, Lily Hyde, Robin Hall, Henry Hancock, and Ian Smith. In lane 7 is Fremont with Susan Tippner, Rusty King, Sierra Heslop, and Claire Douglas.
Lane 7, Fremont, Susan Tippner, Rusty King, Sierra Heslop, Claire Douglas.
And right now in the lead is lane 5.
So that's a 56-5. A split for Shelby Clegg.
It's Olivia Davis in the water now for American Fork. Just below her in lane 4 is Weaver. That's Isabel Wolchek. In lane 6 is Robin Hall. She doesn't want to just be Robin Hall. She wants to be Gibbon Hall.
So American Fork trying to improve on their 3:49 seed time, which at the halfway point
So
they should be able to do.
Coming in now is Hallie Ehat, the freshman. Sorry, we're going her double O in the backstroke. Back in the 100 backstroke. We'll give a chase behind her. In lane 6 from Pleasant Grove's Cameron Hancock. In lane 4, Brooke Mortensen. You see Ehat able to hold her advantage here.
Lane 6 is, that's Pleasant Grove Junior Camry Hancock trying to close.
And now coming in, Ehat going to give off to Addie Harding. And the sophomore goes in the pool with a sizable advantage. Nice split there from Ehat.
So a 57 for Ehat. Harding needs to go under a 58 for him to improve on their seat time. Out in a 26 should easily do that. Harding on track to go a 55 point.
So in there now for American Fork is Addie Harding. And Addie looking to close this thing out here for the American Fork, as we'll be looking at Lone Peak here in the next heat. And they're going to try to track down the state record, and coming in is Harding at a 346. And it is Weaver at a 350. Riverton.
So a 346.60, so just 3/10 slower than West from heat number 1 at a 346.25. So they're right there, and we expect it'll be close between them as well as Kearns can be in the hunt there for that second. Only the top 3 teams in high school relays make the podium. So, but truthfully, Lone Peak is seated 15 seconds ahead.
Folks, that's a lot. So Lone Peak will be in lane 4. In lane number 1 is Layton with Elizabeth Tarma, Lindsay Crowther, Elliot Peters, and Cassidy Peters. In lane 2 is Syracuse with Summer Nelson, Sydney Nelson, Abigail Mott, and Graceland Mott. In lane 3 is Porter Canyon, Ruby Wiggett, Macy Granger, Hallie Walker and Lilia Follow. In lane 4 is Lone Peak with Grace Wilson, Haley Tiffany, M. Brewer, and Taylor Bennett. In lane 5 is Kearns with Anita Rogers, Melissa Young, Ari Nash, and Ella Plautus. In lane 6 is Copper Hills and Natalie Jensen, Camry Babcock, Bailey Atherley, Haley Bachman. In lane 7 from Westlake, Hallie Larson, Olivia Balabot, Madeline Balabot, and Elizabeth Lincoln.
Lane 6, Copper Hills.
So Lone Peak, as we said earlier, they're looking to go after the state record. The 6A record, they're currently already underneath it. That's a 337.43. The overall state record is 332.07.
So a 54.18 leadoff for Grace Wilson. Haley Tiffany, now Lone Peak already has half a length lead.
Tiffany digging in here.
Tiffany out in a 25.3 for her first 50. She also looking to go a 54, but they're going to have to improve on that. They need to be in the 52 range to get down to a 332.
And Tiffany comes in to 146.
So Tiffany splits a 52.68. So nice swim. She did her part to get down close to 52. Emma Brewer, or M. Brewer, out in a 26. Definitely on pace to break that 337 record. Would take something phenomenal to get anywhere close to the 332. That is a 18-year-old record for a reason.
Trying to put on something big here for Lone Peak is Taylor Bennett into the pool.
So a 53-55 for M. Brewer.
So Bennett going to try to pull this off here. She's got to do a non-chase down, like physical chase down of a Jason Lezak to do this.
Yeah. So
it comes off the turn. Again, the record 10 seconds. Oh, they're going to quite get there.
They will be under the 337.
They'll come in, and it is a 334.83. That is a 6A state record. 334.83. They came in with a seat time of 334.43. That is a new 6A state record for the Lone Peak Knights. Just a little work to do to go get that 18-year-old record.
But that makes 3 for 3 on the day by the Lone Peak girls, breaking all 3 state records. It just shows the depth of that team.
Right.
And the final event of the night, the men's 400 freestyle.
So now the final one, we go to the boys' 400-yard freestyle relay. In lane number 2 from Weber is Easton Adams, Dylan Anderson, Evan Powell, and Isaac Davenport. From lane 3 from Harriman, David Britton, Sean Weiland, Jonah Miller, and David Alakenzian. And lane 4 from Syracuse, Ben Thorne, Colin Burton, Soren Portillo, and Sawyer Portillo. And lane 5 from Bingham is Lincoln Hymas, Tyler Rock, Graydon Tennant and Neil Bennett. In lane 6 from Layton is Micah Fesser, Carter Garish, Paul Carson, and Marco Luckham. In lane 7 from Hunter, Derek Ramirez, Blake Woozle, Aaron Cook, and Grant Nelson.
Lane 7, Hunter, Derek Ramirez, Blake Woozle.
It is Syracuse lane 4. Out to a good start here as Colin Burton comes in. And then the brothers Portillo will come up next.
And Tyler Rock for Bingham trying to close the gap on Syracuse.
Lane 4, lane 5 giving chase here.
Lane 5 hard to the wall.
Bingham.
Nice finish from lane 5.
Tyler Rock gives it off to Graydon Tennant. Here comes Soren Portillo for Syracuse in lane 4. As he's going to be battling with Graydon Tennant.
So the Bingham swimmer sticking right with him.
Tennant right there with Portillo, and then Portillo's going to be given off to his brother, Sawyer Portillo. And for Bingham will be Neil Bennett. So Tennant gives off to Bennett, and Portillo comes in the pool. Sawyer Portillo can have a good battle here.
So
that was a quick 50, and they're right.
Yeah, they're both out in 22-3-3 for Sawyer. 22-8-3.
But Bennett getting about a half body length lead out to his hip. As
Bennett is not giving anything up.
And Portillo comes off the wall, and that's solid underwater. Stroke for stroke down the finish in this first heat, and it's going to be Bingham. Is Bennett going to hang on?
Bennett hangs on.
Syracuse at 3:22.12.
So quite the race there between Syracuse and Bingham in a little bit of a surprise, drops a couple of seconds and takes the first heat. I mean, the Davis team is seated 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, but it's really, there's like 6 or so teams that are all fighting for that podium for only 3 spots for tomorrow night.
So heat 2. In lane number 1 is West with Kai Gurton, Robert Grassner, Jason Woe, and Henry Kuwahara. In lane 2 is Kearns and Noah Crane, Frederick Basinger, Luke Rednauer, and Brian Bunker. In lane 3 from Farmington is Will Scott, Matthew Scoresby, John Lyman, and Mason Draxler. In lane 4 is Skyridge, Wade Ogden, Sam Morrison, Nate Moyer, and Mason Hemmer. In lane 5 is Corner Canyon, Carson Spencer, Braden Towns, James Lillian, and Brandon Smith. In lane 6 is Pleasant Grove, Luca Falabella, Jonah Mendenhall, Nathaniel Harris, and Ryan Milner. In lane 7 is Riverton with Braxton Buckley, Peyton Hill, Reed Stewart, and Luke Strong.
So that's Carson Spencer, qualified first in the butterfly. Here he is in it, leading off in a 48.96. Nice job by Carson.
Lane 7, Riverton, Braxton Buckley, Peyton Hill, Reed Stewart, and Luke Strong.
So Braden Towns trying to hold on. Braden just a junior against Sam Mortensen, the sophomore from Skyridge.
Well, he's trying
This
to hold.
corner Skyridge duo, they know each other well and they care.
They do
It may
care.
be the prelims, but they care.
Breathing right at each other here.
It's a race.
It's going to be James Lillian against Nate Moyer. Lillian in the junior.
Whoa.
Facing junior. Nate
That was a
Moyer.
great start by James Lillian. We certainly hope it wasn't too great.
You need to shake his hand on the way out. I'm trying to look at officials. I don't see a hand or anything.
Don't raise hands. It's dual confirmation, so they just record it. You can't tell from a hand signal.
And we're battling Corner Canyon and Skyridge.
Yeah.
Some of you have heard that before.
James Lillian had a tremendous 100 backswim, snuck into the championship final in the 100 back. Wasn't expected to.
And it's going to come down to the anchors. It'll be Mason Hemmert from Skyridge and Brandon Smith from Corner Canyon. And it's Hemmert with a bit of an advantage there, as that third leg is going to go to Skyridge's Nate Moyer. About a half a body length lead coming into that first turn for Mason Hemmert. Brandon Smith's got some work to do.
The split there by Mason Hemmert was a second faster. So
It's going to be Skyridge.
they're going to be under 320.
3:17.36 for Skyridge. Corner Canyon comes in at 3:20.
320.81, 317.36.
So bring them down to the third heat, the final heat of the day, and then we'll go to our swim off.
Heat 3, final race of the night.
In lane number 1 is Westlake with Zach Crowden, Parker Louder, Matthew Buchanan, Andrew Brown. In lane 2 is Fremont with Benjamin Barker, Devin Harris, Hayden Colmore, and Cooper Hill. In lane 3 is Lone Peak with Davey Hoyle, Jack Haney, Tate Johnson, and Alexander Berg. In lane 4 is Davis with Garrett Barker, Dylan Grant, Ethan Franson, and Sam Carlson. Lane 5 for American Ford, Cole Ehat, Mackay Smith, Davis Miller, and Jess Day. In lane 6 is Mountain Ridge with Andrew Huckleberry Burton, Bill Stoddard, Tyler Sador, and Ethan Olson. In lane 7 from Cyprus, Colin Smith, Cade Johnson, Aiden Bell, and Aiden Walters.
So Cohen Smith out in lane 7, but it looks like it could be lane 5. Cole Ehat. Ashley Davis. Garrett Barker with a 49.93, the only one under 50.
Lane 4, so strong here for Davis. Dylan Grant. And now Ethan Franson on the block for the darts. Going to give off, it's going to be a tight one. Tate Johnson come in for Lone Peak. One transition left. Outstanding turn from Lone Peak's Tate Johnson. Matt, got about closest to that.
Lane 3 is coming on.
And now look out on lane 5. American Forks, Davis Miller. Trying to give a little bit of help here to Jess Day, who's had a great afternoon. But it's going to be Lone Peak with an advantage coming into the final leg. It's Alex Berg coming in. Berg followed by Sam Carlson, then Jess Day.
So it's going to be a race here. Sam Carlson, the sprinter. Lane 4, can Jess Day track him down? What does he have left after the 500?
Right. But an outstanding start here for Sam Carlson.
Sam Carlson out in a 21:55. He's got a full second on the field.
And he's got a full body length lead. Here comes Jess Day.
Jess Day, the distance guy. Can he get him in the last 25?
Is there enough pool left for Jess Day? There might not be. It's going to set up a fun final tomorrow night as this will conclude our state championship tomorrow. And it's Davis holding on here. Carlson bringing in a 3:19.10. American Fork goes at a 3:19.97. And Lone Peak at a 3:22.12. So tomorrow night, we're going to have a fun relay to close out the program and the state championship swim meet. But now we go from what is exciting to do a relay now to the most exciting, a swim-off. It's a swim-off.
I don't know who's going to win, but I think they'll go faster than the 26.44 is what they tied at for 16th place.
Well, as we shared earlier, talked about this before, and you and I have done them before, where you have swimmers that are swimming just to get into the consolation, and they swim fast enough to be in the top 5 seeds in the A final. Get a little juiced up for these.
All right, we do have one more race. We have a swim off. This will be for the women's 50 freestyle. In lane 4, a senior from Taylorsville, Jackie Ho.
So it's going to be Jackie Ho in lane 4, and lane 5 from Westlake, Elizabeth Lincoln.
This is actually for the second alternate. This is in case somebody doesn't show, but you have to have the alternates.
Yeah.
So if they would have gone at 26:38, they would have made it in. We'll see what they do now.
How about lane 5 is Elizabeth Lincoln, lane 4, JC Ho, or Jackie Ho. Right off the block, exactly the same, just like they were in their heat. Breathing right at each other. Maybe just a little bit of room there by Lincoln. And Elizabeth Lincoln into the wall, and she got it at 26:59.
So, Elizabeth Lincoln.
So let's wrap things up, Paul. Well, besides tonight, what's going to set up for us tomorrow?
Well, there's no doubt it was truly impressive to see Lone Peak set a new 6A state record in every single relay. I just can't think when that's been done where you can be that dominant. But not only dominant, but fast. I mean, 6A's only been around for, 5 years, but still that fast. Pretty impressive.
We're going to have a lot of fun. And again, it'll start back up first thing tomorrow. We got the 5A state championship swimming in the morning. A little bit of a break. We'll be back for 6A. We'll be back right here at BYU, the Richards Building. For Paul Larson and McKay Larson, Dusty Lister, thanks for joining us and for watching KSL Sports Rewind's coverage of the 2023 6A state championship swim meet on KSLSports.com.